Welcome, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I know you're coming from all over the world online to attend this event live from Berkeley. So welcome to this AI, Gaming and Entertainment Summit, which will cover all the facets of business analytics and AI in that field. This event is offered by the Berkeley Fisher Center for Business Analytics, a center that focuses on research in the domain, but also on education and awareness. The Fisher Center for Business Analytics hosts the Berkeley Alliance for Inclusive AI, which is a foundation that fosters culture and education around data to create a more diverse and inclusive world in the field. Today, this event is co-organized and co-sponsored by Affine Analytics. Affine is a leading artificial intelligence and data engineering consulting and solutions firm. It offers capabilities across the analytical value chain, from data engineering and cloud-based implementations to analytics, machine learning, and business intelligence. Today, I would love to welcome my two co-MCs for the morning here in California. Let me introduce Natalie Matt. Natalie is a pioneer virtual reality creator and globally recognized consultant and educator. She is the founder of Native VR, where she focuses on creating immersive experiences with a transformative and social impact. And also as a co-MC, I'd love to welcome Saurabh Tandon. Saurabh, welcome.
Hi.
So Saurabh is a board member and president at Affine. Saurabh is an analytics veteran and fellow at the Fisher Center for Business Analytics here at Berkeley. And he's also on the advisory board of the Fabric, a Silicon Valley-based pre-Series A startup foundry and accelerator. So we welcome you for this half-day summit. Get comfy, get your drinks, get everything you need, because it's going to be a fast-paced event with wonderful speakers. And as we begin, I should let the floor to Saurabh, who will introduce our first session. Welcome again.
Thanks, Gutiérrez. Appreciate it. This event will take you on a journey in analytics and gaming and entertainment. There couldn't be a better starting point than discovering the state of the industry with Manas, the CEO and co-founder at Affine. So Manas, over to you.
Manas Agrawal, CEO and co-founder at Affine. Manas is responsible for promoting client-first culture and ensuring Affine's sustainable growth through driving strategic, transformative, and impact-driven AI capabilities and solutions for global enterprises. Manas is also a member of Forbes Council and NASSCOM.
I'm so excited to host you all with an absolutely dazzling panel of speakers today that will take you through the symposium, will take you through the innards of the under the hood of one of the most exciting business domains of around us, gaming, entertainment, and media. And the theme would be about how AI is transforming. But if I start looking at how is the world of gaming, entertainment, and media evolving, it's absolutely staggering, especially for the last 2 years. While of course it has been ironical that we all have had to go through a great deal of suffering, great deal of ordeal over the last 2 years, and over the last 2 years itself, this world of gaming, entertainment, and online media that has really helped us all a lot by evolving, aided by technology. If I look at how gaming has evolved from the kind of content we are talking about, the content moving from playing 2D games in late 80s and 90s to 3D games to games also augmented with virtual reality, augmented reality. Who can forget the Pokemon Go and the hunt on the streets? Where half the humanity was hooked onto it, searching for their Pokemons. To games that actually make you feel very, very immersed into the gaming system itself, being a part of the game rather than just playing that as a virtual player. And of course, we are yet to witness the phenomena called the Metaverse, which is going to change the way we interact with the game itself. And the speakers will deep dive into how AI and 5G and rest of the technology is going to change the way we experience the gaming as a paradigm. Lots of evolution happening on the media and entertainment front also, from entertainment going from linear channels to the OTTs, and staggering, absolutely staggering growth there, more than 65% growth just over the last 2 years in terms of number of subscribers. Instead of there having a separate set of creators and separate set of consumers of the content on entertainment and media channels, that line is blurring. Apps like TikTok are actually making everybody a creator and a consumer both, right? With more than 2 billion people hooked on to online entertainment and media apps, we are seeing a revolution of sorts, not just in the technology world, but in the overall entertainment world per se. If I speak of the kind of revenue numbers we are talking about, just the online gaming and the overall gaming industry per se is generating more than $170 billion, and it's growing at good double digits CAGR of upwards of 18 to 20%, and it's set to grow at the same pace or even more over the next few years. If I talk about how the online entertainment and media industry is growing, it's not just the revenue of the online media and entertainment industry, but also how the spending by advertisers is shifting towards this kind of a platform. While there's a very small dip as of now in the TV advertising from close to $185 billion last year to last year rather to close to 180 billion last year globally. But that's a very significant signal that we all can't miss, that advertisers are also realizing that consumers are moving on to consuming the content online, on mobile, on OTT platforms, on on-demand TV, and they are adjusting to it. In fact, for them, it's actually a better world because they can interact with the consumers. They can actually adopt to what consumers are liking and disliking. Right? Apart from just having a commercial significance, I think the way technology has helped this entire industry evolve, it also has a significant social impact as well, right? From education to awareness about health, awareness about liberty, awareness about your rights. Everything is moving into gaming or gamification kind of a paradigm, right? So hence we are seeing that it's not just a commercial paradigm anymore; it's a social paradigm even more. And there are a lot of technologies that are coming together, and we have all witnessed that every time there is a massive, I would say, massive wave of any kind of evolution, there are two or three things that happen together, right? Smartphones came, 4G came together, and hence we had the entire, online commerce booming up, in the late last decade and so. We are seeing a very similar kind of evolution right now, wherein 5G is coming to fore, and AI, along with 5G and the concepts like Metaverse, will create some sort of a confluence of evolutions to create a massive, massive wave of transformation, wherein the way we create the content, the way we consume the content, the way creators and consumers interact with each other, that's going to change quite a lot. The experiences that the industry is delivering to the consumers, that will change quite a lot. So personally, I'm very, very excited at here. I'm looking forward to listening to all the speakers, great thought leaders from absolutely great companies that they represent, on how they see this world evolving over the next few years, aided by some very, very interesting technologies. And apart from just the evolution, they would also be addressing certain challenges that we are going to witness. Challenges when we are talking about consumers of the content getting into the game or the online entertainment world itself, matters of privacy, matters of safety, matters of personal data being secure. I think those need to be addressed as well as we go along, so that it becomes a mature industry with technology evolving as well. So on that note, I would like to hand over back to the organizers. A big, big thanks to the Fisher Center for Business Analytics, UC Berkeley, of course, and the organizers of this event to have gathered such a dazzling line of speakers. And I can assure all of you participants and listeners and viewers that you're going to have absolutely a rollicking time for the next 4 hours. So please engage, please send in your questions. Our speakers will love to answer them. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Manas, for the tour. This is a wealth of topic to be discovered, and that's what we love about the gaming industry. So in our journey this morning here in California, we decided we would make a first stop to look at one of the recent developments, one of probably the most exciting development of the decade, game streaming communities. And there's no better platform to tell us about that than Twitch. So let me welcome Drew Harry, that would tell us more about what's going on here.
Drew Harry, Vice President at Twitch. Drew is a research and data pioneer who is responsible for helping leaders for data and research-based business decisions.
All right, well, welcome, Drew. Thank you for taking your time out of your busy day to tell us more about what you do at Twitch. And first, I would love to come up with a question because not all of us were born after 2010. So tell us about what Twitch is.
Yes, of course. This is always the question with people my age. What do you do, and why do people care about it so much? So Twitch is a live streaming service, which means content creators can stream whatever they want, although it's mostly gaming, to audiences who watch them in real time. And those folks are in the chat talking to them. So they'll send messages to the streamer, and the streamer will respond. And it's really a place where people can find community with other like-minded gamers. It's a place where you find people who care about the same games as you, other kinds of media. You meet new people, you meet creators, you form connections with the creators and other viewers. And yeah, it's a place to build community around games.
And so what are the different parties involved in Twitch around this gaming world?
Yeah, I think it's a real nexus point for gaming because you need all these components for it to work well. You need games that people are excited about, or activities for the community to do. It's not just games, but it's a lot of gaming. You need creators who are kind of like the hosts or the conveners. They're the people who say, this is what we're going to do. They advertise it. They find new viewers on other platforms and on Twitch. And then you need viewers who participate. It happens because you're there. So you really, it's like you're getting on stage, you need an audience for this whole thing to work. You have viewers. And then obviously there's the game publishers who are creating things for streamers to do and for players to be excited about, and advertisers who want to reach that audience. So we really sit in the middle of that whole ecosystem.
Oh, excellent. So when we think about classic gaming, like board games, there used to be communities of people playing, watching. How close do you emulate that? Did you find that in Twitch?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think the analogy to watching your friends play is really strong. I think that is an experience, that it is something to do. When we have a party, we might play a board game together, and that's a fun activity. But it's fun because of the people as well as the game. So it can be a point around which to convene. It's something to do together. And that's a common human experience for social activities. And so I think that extends into the online space really nicely. And that's really what Twitch is offering you. There's something to watch, something to talk about, but the conversations often go off in other directions. It's really common that I'm watching a stream and they're not talking about the game at all. They're talking about school or jobs or relationships or the news. I mean, it goes in all kinds of directions, but the game is the sort of like common activity that's the starting point. I think that's a really old experience.
Oh, excellent. So because there's so many interactions involved, how do you measure success? I mean, what's the goal of Twitch in all that?
Yeah, so I think one big goal is that the creators are making a living. I think it's important to put creators at the heart of this, and especially that they can make money from their audiences so they can continue to be these hosts of communities. It takes a lot of time to be a good streamer, and it's not something that you can sort of do on this. I mean, people do it on the side, but we want people to have the opportunity to make it a full-time job if they want it to be. So for us, we really want to help creators find audiences, help those audiences support the creator in making a living off of doing what they love. And then On top of that, we need to have an overall business that is sustainable too. It's expensive to deliver video around the world very rapidly. So we need the whole economic engine to be working.
So, Drew, your title says data, so I have to ask. So, what are the typical things you measure to foster your success and to measure your success?
Yeah, so it's a marketplace, right? We have creators who are creating content, we have viewers who are watching content and supporting creators financially. So we're looking at all sides of that marketplace. We're looking at how many people are streaming, what they're streaming, how their audiences are changing over time. We're looking at how much time viewers are spending on the service. That's obviously a key metric for us that we've watched. And it's a key metric for creators too. They want to know who's watching them and how much are they watching them, and are they finding new audiences, and what kinds of content does their audience like. So we're really looking at that whole exchange, and we're looking at how often people watch. That's key. Being a member of a community is a deep engagement, and so we're looking for signals that people are coming back to the same channels over time. And then we're looking at money. We want to make sure that the financial exchanges are working for everyone involved. We want to make sure that viewers are getting value, that they're able to support creators, and creators are able to make a business out of it if they want to.
All right, so you mentioned earlier talking about signals and getting deep in this relationship between creators and viewers. Do you see any, what are your challenges as a professional to harness that data or to capture that data or to walk that line between, let the players be and with just, a connector? How do you work with your data?
Yeah, I think one of our biggest challenges is that on some level, the thing we're measuring is a sense of connection. Like we can measure it's easy to measure how much people watch and who they watch. And that's a part of it. But we're successful and creators are successful when they're forming deeper connections. And that's a really qualitative experience. It's not something that you can see super clearly in the data. It's not like on your third visit to a channel, all of a sudden, you're feeling the connection. Sometimes it happens sooner, sometimes it happens later. People watch for different reasons. They get different kinds of value out of it. So one of our big challenges is how to capture these ideas. We have a lot of conversations about what's the concept? What does it mean to be connected to a channel? What does it mean to be a regular viewer? How does that change based on how often the stream is live? And similarly for creators, they have different objectives. Some want to grow their audience to be quite large and make it a full-time job. Some don't. And so you can look at these performance numbers on individual viewer or channel basis or in aggregate, but there's a really strong emotional component to it on all sides that is very hard to capture and very important. And so we spend a lot of time thinking about how to get a view on that and how to bring in qualitative research perspectives to understand the texture of that better, and then how to scale that up using data and build metrics that capture that as best we can.
Excellent. So also, there's a lot of exchanges on a lot of different games from a lot of different players. How do you moderate? How do you get a sense of what is going on so that things don't get out of hand?
Yeah, moderation is a topical issue. Obviously, lots of platforms are thinking about moderation. One key thing to understand about Twitch is that the creators themselves have quite a lot of control over moderation. So unlike something like your Facebook feed, where you can post something and there might be Facebook rules, but it's just whatever people are posting is what gets shared, or Twitter's the same way. I post to Twitter and Twitter might have opinions about my post, but my friends don't necessarily. On Twitch, the creator gets to set the rules for their channel.
Okay.
And those rules sit on top of Twitch-wide rules. So there's a set of behaviors that are not acceptable anywhere on Twitch, and then there can be local rules per channel. So we think of the creators kind of like the host of the party. They say, this is the kind of party we want to have, and this is the kind of behavior at that party. Is this a loud party? Are you allowed to be mean to me and joke with me, or should you be supportive of me? And then they can enforce those rules in that channel, in that circumstance. So it's really a partnership where we set the baseline and then creators can build different moderation patterns and rules that are appropriate for their community. And there's quite a lot of variation between channels on what behaviors are acceptable.
Oh, excellent. I love this analogy of a party. You know. So one last question, Drew. We're going to see a bit later, Rosemary, she's going to talk about gaming and serious game and gaming and learning. So question to you, I mean, we have several hundred people attending this summit today. I guess, you know, some of them are not yet on Twitch, some of them are not gamers. Do you see any applications for us professionals, instructors, leaders to use a platform like Twitch? Have you seen some behaviors rising in your platform?
I have. I think if you think about it generally as community, lots of different real communities are possible. So for instance, I've seen staff after they leave Twitch go on and start channels that talk about professional development. I've seen people run call-in shows where they say, hey, if you want advice about your career, I was a VP at Amazon, come chat with me and I'll do a mock interview with you in front of an audience, or I'll mark up your resume. And so I think there's quite a lot of possibility there. And the key common experience is this real-time connection.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, Drew. Any last word you want to share? Shall we all get logged in and get our account ready?
Yeah, love to see you in chat.
All right. Thank you so much, Drew. Thank you for joining.
Thanks so much, Kobe.
Activision. Yo-Yo helped improve Call of Duty Mobile for AdVision with product-based analytics. He has also deployed and maintained data-driven in-game systems and is an expert in leveraging data science for the in-game economy. Keith Van Houw, Director, Marketing Analytics at Warner Brothers Entertainment. Keith has 14 years of client and supplier-side experience in using data and measurement to inform a company's go-forward growth strategies across North America, Europe, and Latin America. Ashish Bansal, Director at Twitch. Ashish is an AI leader, author of the book Advanced Natural Language Processing with TensorFlow 2. He has built content recommendation systems at Twitch and Twitter.
All right. Well, welcome. Welcome, Yo-Yo. Welcome, Keith. And welcome, Ashish. Welcome to the High School of Business here at Berkeley.
Morning.
Hey, good morning. And I think good morning to everyone. You're all from this side of the world, aren't you?
Pacific Coast, yes. Left Coast, West Coast.
Exactly. All right. Well, let's get going. You know, this is a fast-paced event, and we have a lot of questions here from myself and from the audience. So yeah, let's get started. I would love to start with you, all three, starting maybe with Keith. This is an AI and gaming and entertainment summit. In a few words, what does analytics mean for you in your domain? What is your angle?
Yep. So where I currently am with Warner Brothers in the gaming division, and analytics is very important in terms of our marketing activity. I'm in the marketing analytics front, and an understanding of attribution is a big thing. There are deterministic approaches, but there are also statistical and probabilistic approaches in terms of how marketing is driving our business and figuring out ROIs and then optimizing from there. In the gaming industry, it's a little bit unique in terms of some of the other places that marketing analytics are being used as well, because retention and monetization is also very important to us as well. So that's a big picture in terms of how analytics, my primary role here, how I use them.
Very good. So now that Keith has probably talked a lot, already taken some ideas, Yo-Yo, what's your angle? How do you see analytics on your side?
So I currently work at Activision, and my role is leading the mobile analytics team. And our focus is a bit different. We are very much focused on the product side of things. So we're providing holistic solutions to basically our stakeholders, which are product managers and engineers and designers. Like pretty much everything they're dealing with. So we want to inject data into their decision making. That's our ultimate goal. Yeah, and in that kind of senses, all kinds of analytics is useful, like ranging from descriptive to predictive stuff. Yeah, but our goal is, focusing on the main KPIs, whatever we do to enhance players' experience and our business performances. So.
Very good. And how about you? Ashish? You come from the platform world. So what's your take overall? What does analytics mean for you?
Thank you, Gautier. Good morning, everybody. So I work on recommendation systems. My main focus is helping creators and viewers find each other, so aiding discovery. When you have millions of creators and millions of viewers, how do they find each other? I think that is the main problem we are looking to solve. In solving that problem, what are the user behaviors in terms of what are people streaming, when are they streaming, when are people consuming, what are they consuming, when are they consuming, what are the different actions that helps form community, what are the bonds that people form with each other. I think there is a role for understanding the behavior as it is, and then there is a role for building recommendation, which is sort of an intervention that will change the future. So we try to do both, and I'm not saying change the future like we will go habitate Mars, but I mean change the future as people's behaviors on the platform that helps them find the content they're looking for and feel part of a community.
Excellent. So I'm glad you come from three different angles for analytics. So if I were an outsider coming to you, what would you tell me about your job that is definitely different than any data job elsewhere in other industry? What makes it specific? Let's start with Yo-Yo.
For us, I would say the different thing is we deal with a game, and it's a massive product in terms of complexity and the amount of people that are working in there. So first, the kind of data we can collect is to our imagination, because it's a closed system. We can basically track every bullet you fire in there, every step you take. It's really our choice and our goal how to use those data. So there's a lot of decision-making and prioritization in there, understanding what kind of data we should collect and what we can do with them and what kind of impact they can actually make. Yeah, so a lot of the thinking and research goes into that, and of course helping the team making decisions based on this data. So I would say that's probably one different thing from other more focused kind of data disciplines.
And how about you, Keith? What makes you different in the life cycle, product cycle of what you do?
Yeah, I think one challenge that we faced particularly in the last year or two, if I go back 5 years, marketing measurement, you place an ad on Facebook, you place an ad on YouTube. There was some deterministic approaches in terms of Facebook would be talking about, they would be have some results that they could share on their own end in terms of because of cookies and such, and they would have those results that existed, and that's something that could be used by the marketers in terms of that was part of their analytic toolbox. Now, of course, over the last year or two, cookies are being degraded, and now that deterministic approach, it's now being sunsetted to a large degree. So we're going back to the idea of these probabilistic, statistical approaches, market mix modeling being sort of the best in-class method for marketing measurement right now. And, it's just, I guess it's a challenge because of my job, I consult with both the data folk and the marketers, the end users and such, and guiding them through how do we think about these results that we have from Facebook, how do we think about the results from the MMM, how do we triangulate between the two, and because it's ever evolving, those discussions that I have with them have to be ever evolving. So that's more of a consultative challenge in dealing with the data, but it's definitely a challenge that I face in my role on a day-to-day basis.
All right, how about you, Ashish? We saw with Drew earlier that you guys are all over the place looking at so many stuff. So what's your take?
It's I think Drew knows where all these skeletons are buried. What I would say is at a very high level, you can define marketing into two big buckets: acquisition and retention. So a lot of outbound marketing or advertising is on acquisition for customers. My focus is actually on retaining. What happens once the customer comes to you? Because it's much cheaper to retain a customer than to acquire. Acquisition is expensive. And if you can't retain customers, then you have a leaky bucket. You'll forever be spending advertising dollars. So you need to work on both. So I'd say I actually enjoy working in the customer retention space, which is how do we make sure that once we have acquired a customer, they remain happy. They are finding what they came here for. They are extracting value from the platform, and through their behavior, things that they do, and more interestingly, things that they do not do. But here in our previous conversation, we were talking about when I show you a list of recommendations, the items you do not click are as valuable to me as the items that you do click. And using that kind of, I think it requires just a different type of thinking to gain and glean these signals, and then building production machine learning systems, which is the fun part in today's world. These are complex systems that need to that can directly impact actually the revenue of the company, because the more customers that you can keep loyal, the more you can monetize them. Right? So that's the angle that I find fascinating and exciting.
All right. So you said something that caught my attention, and we have a few gamers here in the room. You say, you have this ability to count maybe any bullet that is shot during a game, any detail of what's happening in the game. So you mentioned that you don't have to use all this data. You have to be smart about it. But still, how much that flow of data is how much that flow of data is putting strains on the hardware, the infrastructure, or does it not?
Yeah, definitely. So there's always this kind of discussion we need to have on the capacity of the data we can collect, and also being able to process efficiently over a period of time. Usually those kind of set like based on like what we really want to do overall, the size of the game, and also the budget of the game in terms of development and marketing. This part of things. And once we usually like look at the different kind of events we instrument, so a lot of discussion do go into there, talking about like if there are certain data streams we can sample now, or if there are certain data streams we can drop. If there are certain data streams that we are expecting to only answer questions in like a limited period of time, or things we want to retain for long term. So yeah, those are all questions we ask when we think about any kind of new data being instrumented. So.
All right, and how about you, Keith? Any strain on your hardware, or any?
No, it's not really, too much strain on the hardware, anything from that point of view. It's, I know our folk, I have counterparts who are on, have all the in-game analytics, and their databases are absolutely huge. The databases that we deal with on the marketing, especially from the user acquisition front, they tend to be considerably smaller. One challenge we actually have is on the marketing front from a statistical point of view. It's a challenge in the gaming industry that was a challenge that was unique from when I did some work with CPG companies and nonprofits, for instance. With gaming, a game launches and your marketing tends to be clustered within like a 15 to 20 week period. CPG, consumer packaged good, or a nonprofit or retail, et cetera, they tend to be more 52 weeks a year, on all the time. So no real challenges from the hardware point of view. The challenges are more from the methodological point of view, and thinking, how do we, in an environment where activities are highly overlapped, how can we break the two apart and get a rigorous read on them?
And how about you, Ashish? You could capture a lot of things or see a lot of things. Do you see hardware, bandwidth, CPU as a limiting factor, a challenge for the next years?
It's very hard for me to answer that question because we have the full power of AWS behind us. So I never seen AWS, but let me put it that way. So life is good that way. What I would add is that when we are trying to model consumer behavior, usually behavior changes over periods of time. So even if I could store user behavior for perpetuity, things that are 5 years old are not very useful. Even if you look at the games and the way GPUs are evolving, for example, the games that were there 2 years, 3 years ago, those versions nobody's really playing. So what will I actually obtain by keeping data for very long? There are also regulations like GDPR etc. that come in. And usually if the data is more than a year old, just very practical rule of thumb, this is not like an industry practice, I just want to make that clear. We can aggregate it and then just store it, which means aggregation obviously reduces significantly the amount of storage space required. And the more recent behaviors, especially in gaming, media, entertainment, I think are more indicative of people's preferences. That's what my group is trying to do. So we don't run into those challenges.
Excellent. Well, these are words of wisdom we love to hear when people try to rush for big volumes and big capabilities. So that's very to the point. Thank you, Ashish. So, hey, we have students here. We have a lot of geeks, listening to this talk. A very down-to-earth question. Do you have any favorite go-to algorithm you'd love to use? What's your favorite Swiss knife in analytics? Just for the geeks around the room and around the world here. Maybe a little secret weapon you got. Doesn't have to be fancy.
I'll take a.
Go ahead. Oh, sure. Yeah, secret weapon. Just I'm saying, like, because a lot of things we deal with are about like measuring the impact, and A/B testing, of course, is the easiest way to do it and the most authoritative way to do it. But there are a lot of times we can't do that. And we need to like look into different kind of experimentation. And one of the research area we try really hard to look into is our different kind of matching method. And say, for example, when we're doing like a geo-based testing, how can we actually find a really good pair or synthetic control for those like testing areas, or in a different places we, like the testing is on a certain group of people, but we want to debias the control group in the sense in a matching method. So of course, one of the go-to method we go to is propensity matching, but we do think this is still like a pretty new area in terms of like really kind of productionize a lot of the methodologies for our users. So yeah, if there's any geeks in the room, I would encourage people to look into this area and like hopefully in the future we'll have more toolkits in our at our disposal.
How about you, Keith? What do I need to know to be recruited by you and use your favorite tool?
Yeah, it's I feel I'm going to go minimalist when I talk about a secret weapon, but this is always one thing. I learned it early in my career. I still impart it to the more junior members that I come with. It's you can dive in and all the fanciest algorithms, newest Python and R algorithms and optimizations and such, and you can do that, but I always think it's very important before you do anything, and spend a lot of time on this. Spend more time than you necessarily think you want to do on it. Just do it a data landscaping. What does the data look like? What are the patterns that we see in the data just by doing simple stuff like correlation factors and histograms of the data and such? Are there any outages? How that leads to the question: how do we deal with the outages? How do we impute missing values and such? So it's more like a secret weapon. I view it as something that you do at the beginning end. Landscape what you have, get the sense for what you have before you actually start diving into the modeling and figuring out what modeling technique you're going to use. Because I find that saves a whole lot of time on the back end. You do the latter first, and then you're like, well, this isn't working. And it's like, oh, well, there's some. Then you start looking at the data and you start to realize why there may be some issues and stuff. So that got imparted to me early in my career, and it's something. It was great. It was great advice, and I still think it's very beneficial to this day.
Excellent, thank you. That's also words of wisdom we love to hear here. So Ashish, what would you tell our faculty or anyone here that needs to be trained? What do we need to know to work for you, with you?
Hard question, but I really liked what Keith said. I'll just add a couple of things on top of that. Often there is this propensity to go towards fancy algorithms. You must always have a simple baseline. And that simple baseline can be instructive. I'll take an example. At Capital One, we were trying to build a restaurant recommendation tool. We realized that it's very hard to predict open hours for restaurants. So we built a model. It was very fancy, model for predicting natural open hours, and we got to like 93% accuracy, and we were like ecstatic, like this is pretty good, 93% accuracy. It turns out that with one simple heuristic rule, which is predict that restaurants are open between 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. If you just put that rule without any model, the accuracy is 91%. Because most restaurants are open 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. So I'm just illustrating an example what Keith was saying, that know your data is very important. Because if I look at that baseline of 91%, my model didn't really do much. It gave me a 2% lift. By itself, my 93% lift might sound like fantastic. So know your data, look for simple baselines, don't always follow complicated algorithms, and make sure that you have whatever you are modeling needs some purpose. Sometimes we get into the trap that I need to apply, the purpose becomes application of an algorithm more than solving of a problem. Never confuse between that I'm trying to solve a problem versus I need to implement transformers. A lot of people, especially younger folks that come in their careers, they're like, I want to build a transformer. Yeah, you can build a transformer, but what problem are you trying to solve?
Yeah, I agree with that. I actually, every analytical project I do, I always, it's right in front of me. What is the key business question we're solving here? Don't lose sense of that. And sometimes you can when you get into the analytic projects. And I think that's very important. Always have that North Star that's there. What are we solving for?
Yeah, the famous business question, indeed. That is the start of everything. So you explained, and thank you, that was so clear. You explained how you go after data, some of your techniques. Now, what would you recommend to everyone here at Berkeley and around the world to still keep an eye on privacy, on ethics, on the fact that you're not always going to be getting all the data you want? What is your little voice in the back of your head, or your process that enables you to keep things in check?
Yeah, that's an interesting question on the privacy front. I can give an anecdote. This was about a few years ago in my career. I was consulting for a nonprofit company, and we were building, it was like a retention model. So we got all this attribution data, and it's, attributes in terms of the people, their age and all this sort of stuff. And it's a wealth of information. And in the wrong hands, it's something, it's something that we can, so someone could use that and, get some information about people for sure, because we had, not just, we had the names that were attached to the data. So it's always important to, and, there were non-disclosures that I signed as part of that information and such too, but it's, there's a lot out there. It's just always gotta, I feel I'm rambling a bit here in terms of answering this question. But yeah, realize the fact that, ultimately you're just trying to solve a key business question. And, if there's some information that you necessarily don't need, delete it as soon as you can, get rid of it, even tell a client you don't even need it, don't even look at it, that sort of thing. Because, there is a potentiality for knowing a bit too much.
I'll add on to say, I found that my scientists sometimes want to know who the user ID, let's say, for a specific behavior is, but actually what they need is just aggregates. So, because you're not really working at a user at a time, when you're doing analytics, you are aggregating users of certain groups together, right? You're saying everybody who watched Valorant, or everybody who watched Amaranth, or whatever, Ninja, all the various streamers. I don't actually care about user ID 1, 2, 3, 4, because I'm going to add and aggregate all of those up. So you can get far by just anonymizing lots of pieces of personally identifiable information, because for a lot of the analytic purposes, they don't actually make any difference. So this is a practice that I've been trying to inculcate, and also ask with scientists, like, do you really need to know who the person is? Or because if there is a complaint, maybe you do, right? If a customer files a complaint and says, hey, I want you to delete my data because of the GDPR protections, great. In that case, you do. If you're trying to say how many people watch Twitch at 9 a.m., you don't really need to know who the people are, right? So just, I think there's a change in mindset of, in many cases, actually, especially in machine learning, you don't really need to know who the user is because the user is described by attributes. And those attributes, if devoid of the user ID, cannot be created back into the user ID. So, or identify the user.
Very good. Any thoughts, Yo-Yo?
Yeah, I do want to add on to that is, like a lot of companies now have like data governance team, like a specialized team that really understand a lot of those and are in control of the technologies that kind of like wash a lot of the sensitive information, etc. So I would say to the audience or students or faculties that are working or in industry, working with industry, like if you're unsure, just ask for their data governance team. Like they'll usually be able to help you out on state compliance and be compliance with both the company and the laws requirements for data privacy.
Well, that makes it, yeah, pretty great answer, combining the three of you. So, yeah, I guess don't ask for information you don't need. Group clusters so that you remove the personal information and just look at a group. And of course, get a third party to look over your shoulder because, you never quite see things. They could see things differently. So we have a question from the audience. These are probably for the two gamers, but maybe Ashish, you'll chime in. Is as you garner analytics on your games, how does it influence the subsequent releases of evolutions of the game? Do you have that cycle in place to constantly tweak the game a little bit depending on what you observe or the feedback you receive? So Keith,
yeah.
or Yo-Yo, let's start with Yo-Yo.
Yeah, that kind of speaks to basically our day-to-day work. So our main product is Call of Duty Mobile, and we are on a 2-month client release cycle and 1-month season release cycle. That's content release. So it's a very short cycle, and so we align everything with that with our product team. So say, I'll give you like a very simple example how we operate. Say, for example, there's a new iteration or new feature that wants to come out that probably gonna get planned like 2 months ahead of time. And with that, we'll already be setting up expectations on what kind of impact they are expecting on primary KPIs and secondary KPIs at that time with a feature request. And while the engineers are building the request, we'll be kind of already thinking about the instrumentation, how we're going to measure those targets through like new metrics or existing metrics. And once the feature comes out, we'll be working with the product managers to first answer the question, did this hit the target we expect it to be? And if not, there are some decisions we need to make here, and what's the cause of the, like the misses or overperformance, etc. And that goes into the next iteration of this feature. And you can see that kind of like cycle forming, and that's how we kind of make sure the data goes into the decision making and influencing the next releases. And we just work on the efficiency and being more accurate of our measurement and our analysis.
Oh, excellent. You mentioned Call of Duty and the whole student body here is like, yeah. So how about you, Keith? Maybe with an example of one of your games, how does analytics triggers a cycle of continuous improvement?
Yep, yeah, it's, I'll give two examples. One, which I'm more familiar with on marketing analytics front. Marketing analytics will use the market mix models to, have results in terms of how marketing performed across the activities. And then those results can become, the outputs from there can become inputs as we think about, we have about 4 premium games that we launch a year. Our mobile games are, around on a more consistent time basis. But anyway, the outputs that we use from a market mix model can be inputs into the optimization model. Then we get outputs from, when we eventually launch that premium copy, and then that becomes inputs for a better optimization model, et cetera. So there's a positive feedback loop there. So that's number one. That's as regards the marketing analytics front. To the game analytics, I'm less involved there, but I do know for certain We do the game analytics and in terms of, a very basic example, but if more people are playing with character A versus character B, and, there's more affinity for that character among our gaming base, when we come up with upcoming product releases, we can use that in terms of the characters we're featuring and stuff like that. There's obviously a lot more complex game analytics things that we use beyond that to inform future releases. Part of the problem, of course, is with the production cycle. The production cycle takes years.
Yeah.
How do they fit that in and such? But I do know I do it on the marketing analytics front. It's done on the game analytics front as well.
Excellent. And Ashish, you're more a spectator in arena for gamers. Do you see also these feedbacks? Let's say for the content producers, do they get feedback to get better at what they show?
Yes, absolutely. So a lot of the viewer behaviors, we have dashboards that help the content producers get some insight into what is being watched, what are their sources of acquisition of viewers and so on. So I'm sure we could do a little better on that front. There's always room to improve, but I think there are tools that actually help them. Because ultimately success of Twitch is dependent on success of streamers, and success of streamers depends on success of viewers, right? So that's sort of our view.
All right. So yeah, we're almost at the end of the panel. Question from the audience, it's gaming, you're gamers. So what is the game that's going to get you excited? If you can reveal some names or anything, what is the biggest expectation you have this year for gaming?
Elden Ring is coming out this week.
Yeah. How about you? You have many?
I'm just going to say we're going to stream everything that comes out of Activision.
And anything you'll get excited about, Keith? And I know it's not about sharing secrets about future launches, or maybe what is your current favorite game these days? The analytics analyst at heart that want to follow your steps?
Yeah, I think the top level advice is analytics. It's, doing the number crunching. It's a great thing, but from my point of view, the value has always been for myself over the course of my career. It's great to know all the technical stuff, but ultimately, especially from a business point of view, the people who are making the decisions and such tend to be less technically inclined. So the ability to speak the language of both, that's always what I've found is the best way to position oneself as an analytics consultant, as it is.
Excellent. Yo-Yo, your words of wisdom?
I would say because analytics, it's very much ingrained in the product or the company that you're working with or the industry you're working with. So if I have one advice is, really explore and choose the industry you really want to working in and the problem space you really want to solve. And because the passion for solving those problems going to drive you in the long run.
Excellent. Ashish, you get the last word.
Thank you. I would say that always think about the why. I would recommend thinking of the 5 why technique. When somebody comes and asks you for a specific piece of analysis, ask the why. Why do they need this analysis? What are they going to do with it? Are there some business decisions that they are going to make? Often people think about a question, they figure out a path, and they come to you with a specific ask. But there may be other ways to get to that same outcome that they're hoping for. But sometimes that main question that they're trying to answer, should I move their business in this direction or that direction? They're like, I need analytics numbers for sales from last quarter. Like, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to project? Are you going to change your headcount allocation? So understanding that next level once you supply that analytics, what is going to happen with it? Is very useful as an analyst to develop as a skill, because then you can not only answer the immediate question, but you can also preempt 3 further questions. That will increase your value as an analyst 10x.
Well, thank you. I hope the audience took good note of that. I personally have learned a lot. Thank you, Keith. Thank you, Yo-Yo. Thank you, Ashish, for making the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Best of all. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Gauthier. It's hard to fathom the extreme diversity of data and opportunities for analytics in gaming and entertainment. And we heard about some interesting challenges. Let's make sure we focus on also keeping all this data ethically managed. And we have some more talks coming up later this morning. But right now, I'd like to welcome Jonathan Lane, who is going to talk on using AI in gaming.
Jonathan Lane, Senior Director of Advanced Analytics and Machine Learning at Activision Publishing. Jonathan leads a team that uses machine learning to power systems that improve Activision's games, business, and player experience. Kabir.
Hey, Jonathan, how are you?
Good.
Good. Thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Of course.
And we look forward to your talk on how AI and technology are impacting the future of gaming and entertainment. So maybe just to kind of start also, can you tell us about your journey, about how you entered the industry and what do you do? So it would be really great.
Sure. So I am a statistician by training. So I went through grad school for my PhD in statistics about a decade ago and started working at a national research lab, working on nuclear weapons and top secret stuff that I can't share with people. And I did that for 5.5 years and decided at a certain point I wanted to pursue things that I was more passionate about, which really boiled down to entertainment. And I've loved video games my whole life. I learned how to program in the first place because that's what I wanted to do, was make video games. And I started looking around and saw that people or companies were hiring people like me. And so I said, I want to do that. So 5 years ago, I was lucky enough to be able to join Activision as a data scientist. And I've been in the industry since, working in the data science area on everything from gameplay to user acquisition to monetization, engagement, even thinking about what sort of games we should be making in the first place. And yeah, it's been awesome to to be doing this for the last 5 years. Still very lucky to have this career that I do.
Yeah, this is fantastic. So we saw that we can learn a lot about gamers and their communities thanks to analytics. How can AI and ML make games better?
Yeah, so I think it's a little indicative first to kind of talk about like what we do now with machine learning, right? So and artificial intelligence. So if we think about where our industry is and based on where I've been both here and also at other companies as well, in large part of where we focus on, at least initially, I would describe as like standard business machine learning and AI. So doing things like predicting players' LTV and churn behavior, user segmentation, so trying to understand who our players are, what they like, what they don't like, kind of what motivates them as well. Forecasting, thinking about how our games are going to do or how they're performing and seeing if we're trending towards the right targets, if we need to adjust budgets, et cetera. And then things like targeted systems, so emails and even some in-game targeting where we're trying to reach players with specific messages based on their attributes. So that's something I've seen across the industry. I think that's pretty common. There's also some things that are a little bit more specific to games. One is what I would consider like behavioral, like moderation. So we have people that are connected to each other. They are chatting with each other. They are playing games against each other. They are able to be very kind to each other, and they're also able to be very unkind to each other. So that moderation becomes very difficult, as we see in any spaces, social networks especially, where people have the opportunity to kind of communicate with one another in a direct fashion. And it's nearly impossible for a human to be moderating all the behavior. So we have to rely on AI to be able to see when people are being toxic to each other, when people are making the gameplay experience through either cheating or fraud just a unsafe place for other people. And so that's a really, I think, important area where we do spend some time and use AI. But there are some specific things that I think are worth talking about as well, about what we're investing in and thinking about in the future that are very specific to games. And if you don't mind, I do have just kind of a couple of slides that might be worthwhile to go through, if that's all right.
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, great. Let's see. Just a little money. Live demos. All right. So first off, I think in the last session, you likely talked about how there is a lot of data for video games. That's a very unique advantage that we have. And there's really no shortage because video games are just software, right? So we have the ability to pull up basically anything that happens, whether it's something that the player does or something that the game engine, how it's performing, we can use telemetry to capture whatever information we want from it. So that gives us basically whatever information from the game we want to be able to build models and use it to power really complicated and interesting algorithms that can make things better. We also have millions of people that are playing all the time. So that lets us, if we're thinking about the data, they're searching the space for us of all the things that you can do. So we really have good coverage about what the game can handle. And that gives us a really good idea of what we can do with that data. There's also not a shortage there's no shortage of data science applications. There's a lot of, I joke sometimes with people that if you go onto Archive or you go onto any, data science or machine learning or AI journal and just kind of flip through, you can almost certainly find applications for every paper that's in there within the video game industry. I found it very difficult. I couldn't even come up with a great example here of a topic within data science that doesn't have an application in video games. So the question really is not whether or not we can do something, because we have the data, we have applications. It's whether or not we actually should do something, and that's something that guides, I think, what the future is going to be looking like, and what we are currently planning and investing our time and energy towards creating that future. So to give a little history of the video game industry, though, I think if we go back to one of our first games, Pitfall. So this came out 40 years ago.
Wow.
As you can see, very great graphics. And yeah, we've progressed a little since then. So we now have Call of Duty Warzone. You can see the graphics are a little bit better on the right side. We also have, rather than just one person playing at home, there's now hundreds of people connected to each other at the same time playing. So if we think about just the comparisons, I think that gives us a sense of where we are and also where we're going. So in these 40 years, we've gone from millions of people to hundreds of millions of people playing our game. And connected at one time, we had, instead of one person playing and experiencing by themselves, there is up to 150 people playing the same match within Warzone. Pitfall, fun fact, was created and entirely done by one person, which seems crazy now. I put hundreds here, but there's more likely thousands of people that have worked on Warzone. It is a big, complicated piece of software. And the size of that, I think, is indicative. It's now over 150 gigs, while Pitfall was 4 kilobytes. It's a little different. And another big aspect is the updates that happen. So it goes from previously, when the cartridge came out, that's what it was, and there was no updates. There was no way to change anything. And now we constantly make updates. Every week or two, there's an update for Warzone, adding new content, adding new patches to fix bugs, and it's just it's an ongoing process. And so, to me, that begs a few questions. This is where I could stop sharing. We can go back to talking after this, but some questions are first to how do we make millions of players feel welcome as we have this large reach. Another question is how can we make the game better? And then a third question is how can we actually make the game better, like in terms of the development. So,
absolutely, it's fantastic data. I mean, awesome. I mean, the kind of effort now going on in some of these large games is fantastic. So now we see a lot of cool graphics. We see a lot of nice grass, characters, etc. What algorithms go behind that kind of, and does it strain the systems and the consoles also while doing that?
Yeah, it absolutely does. Yeah. So, one of the things that we're constantly running up against is, the size of the games. So if we talk about like making the games better, really there's two aspects of it. One is, generating content for it. We can talk about that in a bit as well, but the other is the hardware and memory constraints that we see in the games. We can continue to push the envelope and add more and more graphical, basically strain on people's computers or phones or consoles, whatever they're playing on. At a certain point, we're going to hit a limit where it breaks out. And that could be in terms of the computing power. It could also be in terms of just size. There's a lot of jokes about how, we should just start shipping Call of Duty on a hard drive now because it's so big.
Wow.
So some things that we want to figure out is, are there ways that we can use AI to determine if there are areas within the game that are using up too much graphical power that we can cut down on, if we can identify those, especially in a big map scenario like a war zone, or can we generate things on the fly? So that could potentially be where we're predicting what areas people are going in and downloading textures as time goes on. That's something that's really good about the fact that internet speeds have continued to get better and better, that we can start actually streaming more objects and textures within the game. But also, can we just generate it through algorithms that pop up? So, one example in the Call of Duty title that we've seen is looking at grass. So generating good-looking grass that's all done by an algorithm. And those aren't just textures that are stored on someone's hard drive. They're generated as people are playing the game. So I believe that we're going to see more and more of that type of thing where, especially in these larger map scenarios, that we are going to have just generated assets because they won't take up space on people's hard drive.
And we hear about smarter non-playable characters to fill up game arenas. Can you tell us a bit more about that also?
Yeah. So one of the things that we have as a general problem, especially in multiplayer games, is sometimes, and especially in certain regions, there aren't enough people to actually play a match. And one solution that gets thrown out is to put in bots, is what we call them. So AI-controlled characters that play the game alongside you. The general problem is that they are very obviously not real people, and that's not a good user experience, right? They want to feel like they're doing well against actual human beings. They want to feel like they are able to compete and get better. And you don't do that if you're facing facing a computer character that's just running around in circles and doesn't know what they're doing. So one area that I would consider an active area of research within the industry is trying to take actual player behavior, the way that humans actually play the game, and have algorithms learn how those people actually are interacting with the game, and so they can replicate that in in-game action. So if, for example, we're in a low population area and we're trying to load 150 people in, we can only find 75, and then we generate 75 other computer-controlled characters. If no one notices the difference, I think that's a win, and that's where I think we want to get to. Because I think that'll just create a better experience for players across the world.
No, that's great. So, and is there customization and content adjustment for the players also? Can you talk something about that?
Absolutely, yeah. So again, we have millions and millions of people playing the game, and one thing that I think helps, and you see this in other industries as well, is being able to personalize the experience. So people think that it was made for them, right? So whether that's helping you get into your favorite modes faster, or helping you pick out the right, equipment or items for the way that you like to play the game, or connecting you with your friends. There's ample opportunities to cater the experience for players, so that they do feel more welcome. They do feel like the game again was made for them. And so, we see gold standards across the tech industry of companies that are creating personalized experiences for them. And I know that's something that we are interested in creating as well. So when people load into Call of Duty, they get exactly what they're looking for out of it. And everyone is different. So that's going to have to be a different experience for different people.
So you had also earlier mentioned when we were chatting that a lot of the work now starts after the game is launched. Mm-hmm. And earlier it used to be once the game is done, you kind of, the old work was earlier before that. Now, can you tell us a bit more about that too?
Yeah, so again, when I was a kid, back in the day, games came out on cartridges and they were just set in stone effectively. And now we release a game, and in some ways that's like the halfway point, if anything. So Warzone, for example, I think is in its 14th season of new content right now. And so that's 14 major updates where we've added new experiences for players to to enjoy. That is a lot of strain on developers. That is basically continuing to make a game after you've made a game, which has led, I think, across the industry to people being burnt out. And so one of the things that we need to be able to do, especially as it is in our power, I believe, is to build tools that allow them to make the games more efficiently, right? So, whether that's creating like new content in a faster manner because they have tools at their disposal to help them do that, while not impeding the creative process, which I think is an important thing to keep in mind. But also to test the games. That's been a constant thing. And when I was just looking recently at headlines, just about every AAA title that has come out in the last, I don't know, several years has been plagued with bugs. And as we continue to create content, as there's this regular treadmill of new things being put into the game, that is something else that I believe that we can assist with is using AI to actually test the game, making sure that things are going to work and squashing any bugs before they actually hit players' consoles or PCs.
Well, that's pretty interesting. And so since we have a lot of students here, they're very curious as to what skill sets you look for hiring and what kind of demand is there for the industry. So they would love to know a bit more about that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, we have a lot of opportunities across the company in various different roles. So speaking from the analytics side, there's certainly ranging everything from people who are very good data analysts and able to look at the information we have and tell a good story with it, up to people who are doing research on how to use AI in the ways that we've been talking about. So to create generative assets or smarter bots or better tools for the developers. So we look for people who have good coding skills and good research ability, and I think in some ways a really good sense of the right path that we should be taking to make the games and business in our communities better.
No, this is fantastic. I could probably go on for an hour chatting with you, but I've got the timer and my game's supposedly out now, so we kind of have to move on to the next panel. All right, thanks a lot.
How they grew global startups and what they went through. There's a lot of things we can learn from their adventures. So let's get started.
Rustogi, Vice President at Mobile Premier League. Kabir heads the data science and analytics verticals for Asia's largest esports and skill gaming platform. Venkatesh Adavi, Vice President at Versi Innovation. Venkatesh has 20 years of varied experience in roles spanning strategy, sales, consulting, and technology, with a sharp focus on the digital media and entertainment industry. Miten Mittal, President and Group CTO at Z Entertainment Enterprises Limited.
Okay, am I audible?
Is responsible for building UPI, the world's largest mobile payment platform.
Hey, thanks, Guti. And the symposium so far has been very, very exciting. Different speakers talking about very interesting aspects of bringing the consumers and the creators and the platform together in a manner that it becomes very engaging, very safe at the same time. Great experience delivered at very, very high speed. And while we have looked at a very interesting global perspective, let's try to now look at a perspective, things from the perspective of an emerging market like India, which is emerging, but at the same time, it has more than 16 to 18% of the humanity residing here. And if I look at the mobile penetration, that's huge, with close to 1 billion mobile phone subscriptions. More than half the population on the OTT apps, on the gaming apps, and hooked on to the online world as well. So I'm truly excited to host this kind of a panel here. Kabir Rastogi from MPL, Venki from Verse Innovation, and Nitin from Z Entertainment. Would love to welcome you all. Thanks a lot for staying awake this late in the hour in this part of the world. And I could see that all of you look still very, very fresh and very excited. So I'm looking forward to a great session with you all. And the overall theme for this session, we would love to have around, how do you, take charge of engaging the customers on an ongoing basis, and also making sure the economies are going well at the large scale, engagement and monetization being the key theme. So, why don't we open the floor with maybe Venki and then Kabir and Nitin, that order, just, going with a short introduction, and also, their key take on engagement and monetization.
Thanks, Manas. Great to be here. I'm Venkatesh. I look at monetization strategy for Verse Innovation. We are a family of apps across news, entertainment, and now also in the short video space. The exciting thing for companies like us in India is that you cater to a massive population, like you said, well over 500 million internet users, and very quickly getting to 1 billion internet users in the next 3 to 5 years. So that's an immense amount of users for services like ours. And I think the even better one is that digital is now truly coming of age in the country. As you mentioned about monetization, as recent as the week ago, the largest agency in the country and in the world, WPP Group, said that digital is now going to become the largest advertising medium in the country in this year. So we are watching history being made, extremely exciting time. And I think the way we look at engagement and monetization at Verse is it really goes hand in hand. You've got to crack the three-way code of user growth, engagement growth, and it naturally then lends itself into monetization growth. So the more the users aggregating on platforms and using it in different ways enables a lot of creativity for advertising revenue to come in, because brands want to create a differentiated top of mind recall for their consumers. And the other aspect that's catching up very fast in India and growing very fast is a subscription economy, where we are seeing exclusive content, differentiated experiences, and convenience models that are really driving the subscription economy. So exciting times here, and I'm looking forward to really blitzscaling the next 3 to 5 years of the growth here. Yeah.
Fantastic thoughts. Kabir?
Hey, thanks, Manas, for the introduction. I am Kabir Rastogi. I lead the data practice at MPL. MPL is the largest esports mobile gaming platform in India. We are also live in USA and in Indonesia with over about 90 million registered users all across the world. So MPL, largely being a gaming platform, we operate around 80 plus games. The games are available to play for free and also for money. When it comes to engagement, I mean, our key North Star metric is, being a gaming company, is to ensure that our users are enjoying playing games, right? I mean, we want them to enjoy games, and if they're not enjoying their gaming experience, they're never going to be engaged. So I mean, there are 2-3 things that we really focus on. One is, ensuring our users enjoy our games, for which we ensure that we collect massive amounts of data about what kind of games users are enjoying, develop more such games with our partners, ensure the gaming experience is fraud-free, cheating-free, to ensure that every gamer on our platform has the most fair gameplay experience. Also ensuring that when it comes to matchmaking, every gamer gets to play against a gamer of an equivalent skill. So there are quite a few things we do to ensure that our users are enjoying their gaming experience. And once that happens, once they develop a certain level of skill, and as in everyday world, right, if you have a skill, you should be able to monetize it, and that's where MPL comes in. Number one, we first help our users develop a skill in a game of their choice, or in collection of games, and then once they're ready, we help them monetize their skill. For example, if you're a pro chess player, you can come onto MPL and start playing chess tournaments and making money out of it if you're good. And MPL, being the platform, we take a small commission out of the winnings. So that's our monetization model. And for engagement, as I mentioned, the key goal for us is to ensure that users are enjoying their games and are able to play as cheating free, as fraud free as possible on the platform.
Very interesting aspects. You need to enjoy the experience in a fair world, the ideal world. Nitin, what's your take?
I think Venki and Kabir has covered most of the aspect of what helps you to be engaged on a platform. But I would rather like to start by saying every platform need to create a value for exchange between a consumer and I would say a producer. And in case of entertainment, I think that value exchange has to be constantly renewed. And we need to rediscover the way we are creating that value exchange just by beyond providing new content. And that's where we are, which is diversifying the capability of consumer to experience new value exchanges with our producers. So I think alternative monetization opportunities like commerce, uh, esports, gaming, live entertainment, and few others are the ways in which you can improve the monetization and continue to increase the engagement on the platform. And obviously, that results in platform making more money through transaction and interaction than just advertising. Because our belief is that advertising will stay but will not grow at this speed as a transaction economy will. And we being, as you keep calling in last 3-4 minutes, emerging economy, which I don't believe so. But yes, we believe in transaction first compared to what West believes in ad economy first. So I think we are on our true path as a country to prove that transaction economy, which is fair, trustworthy, as Kapil said, and new forms of engagement based on our young demography will keep us much ahead and much advanced than most of the other platforms which exist in other economies.
That's an interesting take, Nitin, and I think you've already started busting the emerging economy nomenclature that I used. So hopefully we'll completely destroy it by the end of this session. And both Kabir and Nitin, you have talked about how it's not just the ad-based monetization or indirect route of monetization, but a very direct route of monetization where the consumer is valuing the engagement and the content itself, and not just in a vicarious manner paying for it through the consuming the ad in certain manner. But both in terms of the subscription economy, Nitin, and about the real money games, Kabir, if you can just shed some more lights about what trend are you seeing in the industry overall, and do we see that happening in the next 1 year or next 2 years, that where the monetization from the real money applications will actually supersede the ad economy money? Kabir, your take?
Sure. So real money is still in a very early stages. Real money gaming is still in the very early stages in India, right? MPL is just a 3-year-old company, and we are just at around 90 million subscribers right now, wherein the TAM for gaming in India is around 400-500 million. So I think that there's massive scope of actually growing there when it comes to real money gaming. And of course, of the 90 million odd subscribers that we have, majority of them are actually free to play users, right? So as I mentioned, there is massive room there. Obviously, it's a bit of a learning curve for users, for gamers, because to be able to monetize their skill, it does take a bit of practice, right? You need to be good at a game. Only then will you, win on a regular basis and make money for yourself. And unless our users make money, the platforms are not going to make money. So MPL's key take is to handhold users to build a very solid platform, a solid product, which allows users to actually enjoy playing games, build up a skill. And over a period of time, we're in no rush, right? As I mentioned earlier, we are a gaming company first. We are in no rush to monetize our consumers. We are building a solid product so that our consumers can upskill themselves, and eventually we know that as they start winning tournaments and so on, the money will come in, because the market is massive. The market is massive, and we've seen in during the last 2 years, right of the pandemic, that when people have time, they like to play games, right? And so during the lockdown, I mean, it was one of those times for us where people had a lot of time, and they used this time to skill up on the games, right? And it takes time to build a skill. So it's a matter of time. It's a matter of time. It will happen. I'm not sure whether we'll get the same sweet 2 years, dedicated 2 years when people were doing nothing else but spending time at home playing games. I'm not sure whether we'll have that sort of sweet phase again, but it's a matter of time when it's a function of time that people will eventually. We already have enough evidence that people enjoy playing games. Gaming is one of the bigger forms of entertainment, right, in the world, not in India. So
Undoubtedly. Nitin, your take. I mean, Kabir is ready to wait it out. How do you think about it? And slightly more on the media and entertainment world, which is having obviously had a very good 2-year run as well, with millions of people downloading the OTTs.
Yeah, it is, and I think we are on a very, I would say, hyper growth path. Thanks to, I should not thanks it, but yeah, for last 2 years. But I think for me, subscription economy is here to grow, but the format of subscription economy will change. I don't think the existing models of set packs with set value to be paid for a defined period of time is a sustainable model. People are willing to pay for differentiated experience for a smaller period of time, based on their mood-based consumption. And this same thing you can apply either to when you want to play a casual game or a hardcore game, or you want to watch a gaming, or you want to watch a content, and also what kind of experience you want to have while you're watching a content. And In a small form, in a linear world, we are all paying for it, whether you want a standard definition or HD. But in a digital world where the experience can be differentiated in multiple ways, my view is that people will pay uh, significantly more. However, they will pay it based on their mood, based on their impulsive need of consumption, based on the time of the day and their mood, and for different form factor of exchange of value with the platform. So my view is it will supersede ad revenues, whosoever is trying to do the erstwhile business monetization by big time. And most of the platform need to adapt to it right now. Otherwise, yeah, it will be tough. Consumer is not willing to be a scapegoat just to keep watching some ads being played by somebody in a spray and pray model.
Fantastic, fantastic. So we are going to have an ad-free experience pretty soon as a standard operating model. If things
has to be.
Has to be.
Has
fantastic.
to be.
Yeah. Now, I think one of the other things is that there has been absolutely a burst in terms of number of companies that are into the entire space of gaming, entertainment, and media, and getting the customers' initial attention, and then sustaining it, from the cold start to at least a sustained, if not a very, very sustained, but at least a once in a while, login as well. That itself is a very big challenge. So, Venki, would love to hear your thoughts on how do you address that cold start problem? Getting the customer, but making sure at least once or twice the customer she visits, and then obviously going to the path to loyalty.
Yeah, so I think there are two aspects to this, Manas. The first one is obviously on customer data privacy. So while we know that a user has downloaded and installed and launched the app, there's a lot of things, or rather we don't know anything about the customer because it's a cold start. Like you said, it's a cold feed for us. And what we do is we have certain predictor models that work in two ways. The first is the only available indicator that we have if the user has not shared any data with us is the location of that particular user. So based on the location, what we have through analytics is what kind of content is working well in that particular location to begin with, right? But then the models have to catch on very, very quickly and try to identify what else would keep this user engaged. Because we started off by saying engagement is, comes before everything else, right? So if we are able to predict what kind of content a user wants to watch within the first 5 cards, we call it cards because the user is swiping through content. So within the first 5 or maybe 10 cards, if you are able to predict what kind of content the user likes to watch, the models catch on very quickly and start serving similar content. The second one is really to look at the repository of current trending content on the internet. And this could be content has proven itself to really cross the boundaries of language and formats and length of content and even the narrative that is playing out in the content. So the other part that comes in is which are the content assets of that particular day that are trending well, and that starts again showing up on the feed. So it's a combination really of how much you know of the user, which at the beginning is very little, but how quickly your predictor models are able to learn and also keep serving content that is trending or viral at that point in time and assessing the reactions in real time. All of this happens, in nanoseconds on the feed. So what you see for yourself is a hyper customized, hyper personalized feed in a matter of a few seconds. And obviously that becomes stronger and stronger as you spend more time on the app because we get to know in an anonymized manner, but we get to know the user very, very closely and are able to then get the models to hold their attention by serving relevant content every time the user logs in.
Interesting take. How do you start with more generic models, generic learning from the internet, and very interesting point, Venki, that content itself has started crossing barriers, and we are not looking at one type of content, one language of content, one format, one geography, but learning from practically anywhere that things are happening. Very interesting. And Kabir, I'm sure you must be experiencing very similar kind of things there. The 90 odd million that you have as subscribers, and I'm sure in the last few minutes you would have almost taken it to 91 already. But how do you also get over the initial just try and come out or try and stay longer? How do you encourage your consumers to stay there?
Yeah, that's definitely a very, very interesting problem for us, and I feel MPL has done a very, very good job at it in the past couple of years, which has led us to kind of generate like $2 billion of GMV run rate annually. So I mean, here what we have primarily focused a lot on, and I mentioned this earlier as well, right? Handholding our users from the time they install the app till they log in, till they play the first game, till they play the 5th game, and so on over the next few weeks. So this entire handholding process is AI driven at MPL. We do collect around 500 to 600 million events per day across our user base, across our active user base, and we use them quite well. to be able to train our models in order to understand, where a user needs help, right? A user might need help in terms of a nudge when it comes to, okay, maybe this is the right game you should be playing, or maybe you should not be playing a paid game right now, you should be playing a free game, or maybe they need some financial incentive at some point, to be able to try out a different game or a different format of a game. So we have different models at play, which run in real time, and we have like a massive data engineering machinery behind all of this that is able to ingest all of this data in real time and make recommendations to our users very quickly and very reactively, so that we know that our users are taken care of. They're getting what they want in order to enjoy their experience on the app. When it comes to the cold start problem, definitely that is a challenge. But as I mentioned, since it's a mobile app and games are very fast moving, right? I mean, you can play a game in a couple of minutes. So in the first 5-10 minutes, we already have enough data points about a user on what the user might need in order to ensure that they sustain the first 1 hour to begin with, and then the first day, and then the first 7 days, and so on.
Yeah. So that's interesting take, Kabir, that you end up getting some better data about consumers' preferences in the first few minutes of your engagement, and Venki gets in the first 5 or 6 cards, as he mentioned. Nathan, I think slightly difficult in your kind of a world, because getting them to watch first 5 episodes or first 5 seasons, I think that itself is, by the time people watch first 5 episodes, I think they are already gone. But how do you have them move from one content to another, and is it just the analytics at play, or content strategy at play? What's your take on that?
So on an average, if you look at Indian OTT players, the average content viewing time on a mobile is 7 minutes. If anybody can claim that they have more than 7 minutes, I would really love to learn the art, how you could get an average of more than 7 minutes of content viewing on a mobile. That's pretty much an average for a new user who comes on a platform. But at the same time, we have quite an avid followers who use a hybrid viewing model. So people who watch certain content on television, when they transition based on their time of the day on to watching an OTT for a catch up, they are pretty much hooked on, and some of them have been watching 2000 episodes in last 2 years. So we have both diversity. One is 7 minutes to 2000 episodes. So our biggest endeavor right now is that, of course, we should make discovery fairly simple and intuitive, because the audience which we are dealing with in Indian context on OTT is still emerging. They are pretty much used to either very finite number of viewing of channels on a television. So they have a very linear method of scrolling, like you scroll on a television. They are not very much used to a search habits on a OTT platform. So that habit formation, and to make it extremely simple in their own vernacular languages, is the one which we need to get it right. And we are in a journey. Hopefully we'll get it right, because we are dealing with the lowest common denominator of our digitally literate economy. So we have to be patient. And in parallel, of course, as during the first 7 minutes, we learn about the identity and the behavior and the location of the consumer, of course, we start personalizing gradually to their taste. However, to figure out the mood, it's a journey. I would say we need that consumer to be using us for almost little over 3 to 4 weeks before you can actually predict the mood, and based on the mood, you can show the real content. So yeah, work in progress. Little more complex problem to solve, because we are not dealing with the elite customer of Netflix. We are dealing with common Indian housewives, women viewers, and men in certain genres. So we need to start figuring out how women think, which is a puzzle which human have not still solved. So we are trying to solve.
Interesting take, Nitin. Interesting take. And Venki, coming back to you, how do you, while I think both Nitin and Kabir have mentioned that we are slowly but steadily moving towards generating money directly from the content and from the app itself rather than the ad revenue, and hopefully will supersede that shortly and deliver a better experience to the consumers. But how do you encourage customers in your kind of world, consumers, Venki, to move from a free consumption to a premium consumption? What are some of the strategies you have seen working in your world? And Venki, you also bring experience from OTT world as well. So just in case you want to weave it together.
Sure. I think in the OTT world, what has worked over the past few years, and we may have crossed that level of strategy in terms of getting subscription. What worked for the past few years is exclusive content, good quality, high quality international content. Like Nitin was saying, a lot of it was targeted towards more affluent tier one sort of audiences. But what we also saw in the sports world, for example, with where I was working earlier, is that we were able to move folks from users from free to paid because free was really 5 minute delayed in terms of the live match that was going on, and premium or subscription would enable the users to watch it real time live, right? Just that small 5 minute difference made all the difference when it came to users who are willing to pay for premium content such as live sports. In the entertainment world, of course, like I said, it was all about exclusive content and high quality content, because Indian users in the initial few years of the internet were used to watching, I would say, low quality, pixelated, not very great quality of content. But I think that appreciation has now come in, and users are willing to pay to watch high quality streaming, especially because the data and the bandwidth has improved dramatically in the country. When it comes to the short video space, I think one of the models that's being experimented now is getting creators, because it's the whole creator economy that's going on in the short video formats. The creators are able to create subscribers for themselves, where they have live chats with people who subscribe to their channels, who are able to give them certain pieces of content that they don't share with other users, which are other free users, and so on. And to take that one step further, I think we are also seeing the rise of the transaction economy, like the couple of the earliest speakers have mentioned, where we are seeing a lot of commerce models that are being experimented with and that have proven themselves to be quite successful in other parts of the world. I think that's going to come into India very quickly as well, along with some of the new advancements, very, very fresh, very, very new, but exciting is the whole concept around NFTs and creators creating assets that users want to buy. So I think there are multiple monetization streams that are going to open up. And luckily, I think we're going to leapfrog a lot of the slow ramp ups in other parts of the world, and all of these cylinders we're going to be firing on all of those cylinders very quickly.
Fantastic, fantastic. So, gentlemen, unfortunately, we are running a little short on time, but I would have really enjoyed having another 1 hour of conversation very, very easily, and hopefully putting certain tough questions as well. But I'm sure the viewers would have enjoyed this conversation, taken more than a few tidbits of interesting observations back home. And Nitin, Kabir, Venki, thanks a lot for also making sure that the viewers globally also now start taking India beyond just an emerging economy, but a very, very large and very interesting economy, especially this kind of an industry. So thanks a lot for being so awake, so alive, and so discerning at this point of time. On behalf of FCBA and Affine, big thank you.
Thank you for sharing your success story with us from India. Sounds like the Silicon Valley spirit is booming over there. Now with the wide diversity of content available, how can viewers find their ways? There is so much to watch and so little time. So let's welcome Shobana from Google TV, and we are going to learn how Google TV is dealing with this content recommendation issues.
Shobana Radhakrishnan, Senior Director at Google TV. Shobana has held various technical leadership roles at Roku, Mindflash Technologies, Yahoo, Symantec, and Netflix.
Hello, good morning, Shobana.
Hi, good morning. Excited to be here.
Well, glad to have you here. You're live at the Berkeley High School of Business. Welcome. Thank you for making the time.
Thank you.
So, a first question that came, from myself and from the audience. Tell us more about the concept of Google TV. What is it?
Sure. So think about that Friday evening moment, right? All of us, after a long work week, are trying to sit down on a couch in maybe living room or family room, maybe with our family, trying to find something to watch and relax. And we spend a lot of time going into each app that we're familiar with or subscribe to, and then trying to find some content to watch. It's a movie or a show or something. And after maybe 20 minutes or even more, we are like, forget it, I can't find anything great to watch.
Yeah.
The pain of that evening when we just want to sit back and relax, pain of finding something to watch is what we want to take out or remove for the users. So that's the concept behind Google TV is, can we provide a content forward experience that is personalized, that helps the users avoid this pain of searching through a bunch of content and actually find something pleasing to watch very quickly. So Google TV is the experience that you'll get, like if you buy a Chromecast or a Sony device or one of our other partners' devices with Google TV, what you get as soon as you turn the TV on after the setup, that experience is Google TV.
Very good. So how do you see the diversity of content, of users, of platforms, of screens? I mean, was that a response to the booming diversity? And tell us more about the diversity you have to take on.
Absolutely, because TV is a communal device. So there are different members in the family, different age groups who are watching together or individually, and also different people engage with TV for, either movies and shows, but also sometimes you're just doing a fitness workout in front of the TV. You're trying to maybe do some gaming on TV. So there's a very diverse set of needs, even for an individual user, depending on my mood at that time, what I want to do. But also, if you think about building for a global scale, the watching behavior and viewing culture in the US is different from Europe, which is different from Asian countries, etc. And also the device, the bandwidth, the device specifications, cost of the devices, what kinds of screens they have, what kind of memory and CPU capabilities they have are widely different across the world. So one of the things we need to do is, from a user experience, we need to see what does this user typically want to watch, but also bring in new kinds of content that they might not otherwise discover. That's on the user experience side. We have to bring a lot of diversity based on the user's preferences. And also from a device specification, we need to make sure that Google TV as a software can run efficiently and with good performance and reliability on a wide variety of devices. So a lot of active testing, not just for the user experience, but for performance, reliability, across a wide range of devices and audience goes on all the time for Google TV.
Tastes. How do you it on the other side with the humongous diversity of media that needs to be brought to these screens? How do you know which media is for who and what is in that media?
Sure. There are two pieces to this. One is, first of all, trying to make sure there's an extensive backend infrastructure for us that ingests what we call video metadata. So if you think about pieces of information like the title, episodes, cast, and crew, these are loosely called metadata in media jargon, and there's hundreds of such attributes for every bit of media. And we have an extensive operational infrastructure for ingesting it, validating, making sure the quality and completeness and also freshness is great. Yeah. Because for some things, especially live TV, there is a time relevance and freshness relevance that matters to it. So we have an extensive operations team, which is also constantly monitoring this, reviewing material, etc. And then the second piece is from the user's perspective, how do we know what would be relevant and interesting for them? We let users actually give us a lot of explicit signals. For example, what apps do I have subscriptions to? What apps do I prefer? What kind of content do I prefer? They can give a thumbs up or down when we do recommendations. So we give a lot of power in the user's hands to tell us their preferences. And we also try to see what do the users scroll past or don't engage with. And we try to reduce those kinds of content. So again, because we want to take the friction out of the user's way, so we try to listen to both implicit and explicit signals and feedback from the users before we bring content to them.
Very good. So we have on one hand the user's taste. You have on the other hand the tags of the videos. What do you got to put in the middle to make sure that everybody gets the content they should watch, or and not get the content they should not watch? Is there any challenges there?
There are challenges just because of the complexity. For example, even if you look at movie ratings or show ratings, each country has very different ways of rating the content. It's not just about age appropriate, but even within an age appropriate category, there are different ways of rating genres, different types of streams, different languages. We also try to see if there are subtitles in the language the user prefers. There's a lot of complexity that goes into filtering just based on what I previously called metadata. And then what is appropriate within the country? How is the rating work? If there are, for example, pieces of ingested content that are missing the rating, we should make sure that the operational infrastructure filters it out. There's a ton of complexity that goes on, and probably hundreds of monitors that we set up through different, what I call circuit breakers in the system, before the content even makes it to some of our front end, before we even show it on the UI, like a lot of filters before that. And we also have sometimes manual processes to say, oh, this is based on current events. For example, if we have Winter Olympics going on, or some other events when we had the BLM related events, we want to be also socially responsible. So there is an operations team that does tagging cognizant of current events, so that we can bring relevant current events to the users when we know they're going to be interested in this. For example, even COVID updates during certain times, we know users want to listen to news related to that, so we bring them clips related to that. So it's a mix of the fully automated hundreds of circuit breakers processes, and then there's also manual operations to make relevant content available to the users based on events.
Well, you just blew so many minds here in the room, listening to the huge complexity you have to deal with. So, question, you talked about prevention. The two things that I have a tendency to do myself is I tend to always go back to the same content and kind of lock myself into my own habits, which, I'd love to see other things. And maybe I'll get a tendency to binge, just spend my days and my nights watching. Do you include these type of elements in the recommendation system or in the solution?
We actually do. There is a row, as soon as you turn the TV on, one of the top rows is what we call continue watching. So if you're like me, you probably binge watch your favorite shows sometimes. And if we know you've been engaging with a few episodes in the season, then we assume that you probably want to go to the next episode or continue that episode. So it is one of the recommendations within the top screen. So continue watching is usually things where you've watched and you're in the middle. So we assume that people do want to engage. But even within that row, users can say, sometimes you do watch a movie, you're 20 minutes into it and you actually don't want to continue watching it. So there's a way to also turn it off. Like you can remove it from the list if you don't want to continue watching. In addition, we also look at if you generally watch movies or shows of a certain genre, maybe you enjoy that genre. So we do use those kinds of signals to bring them to the top rows, but we again listen to feedback on, okay, we brought these things in the top row, assuming predicting they might engage, but maybe they haven't engaged in a while, and we're able to fine tune and downgrade them as well.
Okay, and we heard a lot from your peers, the rising of a lot of communities in gaming, doing things together. And Google TV is at the crossing of media and entertainment. Are you thinking about developing features where people actually can gather up watching the same thing?
That's a great question because if you remember movie watching, we try to watch with friends or family, and again, the experience with COVID, people within the comfort and safety of their homes probably still want to lean into that bonding experience. So we do listen closely to our users in terms of what they want, what trends they might engage in the future. We do expect, for example, the video conferencing kind of features, and can you do social viewing, or can you do gaming, social viewing, or even just use your TV surface to engage with somebody from your family that you're not able to visit, but you just want to talk to them from the living room on the big screen. So there are a lot of such use cases that we do see users being interested in. So we are constantly looking at patterns to see which ones we want to support.
Very good. And maybe a last question to close that session, and I don't want to push you to reveal anything you should not, but right now, I mean, the machine, the solution is providing us guidance. Can we, in turn, interact with the device, well, besides the data we leave, but interact with the device to guide that content or to interact with other users?
Yes, I think that we do want to bring features like that. For example, there are some of our partners have camera devices that are integrated with TVs. So with that, you should also be able to say, "Hey, I watched this movie; it's great. So recommend it to a friend." As a data scientist, engineer, your tool of choice. You do bar charts, bubble charts, regressions. I mean, for students in the room today. Sorry, if you could just clarify the question. You mean tools as an algorithm?
What is your go-to method that you love to apply, something that you recommend people say, yeah, that's what I use most of the time to do such and such, so that people get pointers on what to learn?
Sure. One thing in terms of at least the way we design the algorithms, we try to prevent clustering. So that's one thing to be aware of when we do personalized recommendations, is try to involve other methods where you can bring external signals to randomize the recommendations more than just based on similarity. Like these users tend to watch this, so I'm going to give them more of that. Typically doesn't give enough diversity, and interestingly enough, it doesn't improve user engagement either by showing the same kind of content. So one thing to watch for, I would say, is not to have too much clustering in the algorithms, but try to induce signals that randomize what content gets shown on the top. For example, we use popularity, what is most searched for. We try to bring in free content, event-aware content, etc., versus just clustering based on what the user does. So that would be my tip in terms of people thinking about personalized recommendations.
Very good. And that's a signal. We got like 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Last thing, a lot of people would love to work for you here. What do they need to learn? Like tomorrow, ask their faculty to say, Professor, teach me this.
Sure. I think definitely machine learning is a very core skill. That's the bread and butter for what distinguishes our product and what we aspire to do. The second thing I would say is just building high-scale platforms. What does it take to serve billions of red classes? What are the right architectural patterns to think about is pretty critical for us, especially at Google, because we try to integrate with a bunch of services around Google and bring the goodness to TV. So those are the two I would suggest, and then just learn to learn because everything changes over time. And if anyone's interested, feel free to hit me up on LinkedIn. I'm happy to help you.
Okay, well, you're going to make it explode. So thank you so much, Giovanna. That was so insightful. Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
So, yeah, it seems like our good old TV is getting a lifting. And I hope this will benefit us from the wealth of creation out there without wasting too much time on mediocre content. So we talked a lot about data for attention, for playability, for monetization. Now with Rosemary, we will see that data can also be used to understand and help the players learn and grow. So over to Rosemary, please.
Rosemary Lockhorst, founder and CEO at Storybyte Studio. Rosemary helps clients harness the power of technology, gaming, and digital storytelling in their businesses by applying real-world challenges.
Hello. Hi, Rosemary. Welcome.
Hi.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Great. So we've heard a lot of kind of hard tech talk this morning, talking about analytics and how data can be used. And your work is a little bit different. You are looking at using gaming approach to help the user learn and grow. Can you tell us a little bit more? And feel free to share your slides and to present your work.
Yeah, let me just open up the sharing. You should be able to see my presentation now, yes?
Yes.
Good. So thank you for having me here. So I have a small startup company, and we focus on helping companies, and that also includes some schools, but also nonprofit organizations, understand what they can do with gaming and gamification and anything basically transmedia as well in their business. That could be something from educating young people, but it could also be educating people within a company. It could also be really helping to understand behavior and modify that. And so I've got a few examples, I think, so of the world that I play in, if you will. So what we know is that, educational games have been around for a while. And of course, there we go. And what we don't really see that much, but is happening, is that also educational games are evolving. And that's in part due to all the data that we have, where we start to better understand how people are really learning, how young people understand the world, and how we can apply those. I mean, education and gaming have really gone hand in hand, right? It can be anything from like math problems, really gamifying that, for example. I remember my physics teacher using The Simpsons in physics to really outline problems, for example. But nowadays, here's a few examples of what can change, where we're putting really kids into the role of problem solving to then understand things. So it's much more about experiences and practice. And really figuring things out for yourself. And on the right, I also wanted to put some other games where you can see that really world building and story, everything takes a part of as well. So the one in the middle, the Japanese, for example, has really won a couple of awards, Muramasi, for being accurate in history. And you're not really understanding that you're learning about history, but you are while you're playing it. And so I just wanted to highlight some of those kind of examples. But when we talk about a game, a lot of times we mean gamification. But I just wanted to point out at this point that, games are more than just like badges or giving rewards out. It's really, really more profound than that. And the world is full of systems that we can use to approach like a game. For example, the Michelin Guide, I don't know if anybody knows this in this group, but that was actually a game invented by the tire company Michelin to get people to drive further and to use up their tires. It wasn't actually meant as a restaurant guide. So we can gamify a lot of things in our life. And so there's a definition that says gamification is the application of game mechanics in a non-game context so that you can promote a different kind of outcome. So points, badges, leaderboards, incentives, those kind of things. But a game goes much further than that. A game, you also have story, for example, oftentimes. Users learn new concepts, they practice new skills in a risk-free environment, and they also become journeys for players to go on. And so that's why there's so many crossovers and why sometimes it's a little bit tricky. And of course, there is a big difference between games and reality because the stakes are much lower in games, but that nevertheless, it doesn't mean you can't learn your lesson. So I want to put a little bit wider context on the gaming that I worked for. So one of the companies I was involved in, we gamified urban development. And so I always said, I like to call it playing SimCity in real life. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because our main data point was really to look at the analytics and to see how do people live in cities currently, and then how can we improve on that. So if you think of an iPhone, for example, sort of revolutionizing, taking 6 sensors and then building millions of applications, we wanted to do that same thing on cities, really taking all of the data points, not just like energy and water, but also movement of people, how these places are built, what kind of materials are used, why are they used, for example, and how does the urban plan really then come to life afterwards. And so we took technologies and ideas from emergency simulations, how to get a stadium empty, for example, within 8 minutes, and then applied those. We had over 100 different personalities that we really invented in these people, similar to what the Sims do, but then really on a more human level, using psychologists and insights from disaster recovery and disaster relief. And then we kind of played the city. We built the city and we played it, but using real life data. So really like the actual city. So here's one of the projects that you can see that we did with Garrick Technologies, for example. And I'm using this because we really wanted to learn how people behave. And so for us, education is more than just teaching somebody a skill, but really also teaching them different things. And so in the other project that I wanted to bring up, Shadow's Edge is a game that actually helps people change their behavior, work out their behavior, and work through emotions. So it was meant to build resilience in youth. Now, we're mentioning a lot the analytics. So, a lot of the analytics that I've heard before in the previous speeches are all about, how can we improve what we do, how we do this, and really optimize the design and figure out how we get users to stay longer on our platform, how do we get users to play more, how do we get users to do XYZ. However, this was a little bit of a different challenge because we were trying to obviously we were trying to get them to play the game longer, but we were also trying to really get them to go through a process of healing. And so we wanted to positively impact teen mental health. We wanted to get them from that first moment of something has happened, it's changed my life for the worse. How do I get out of this? And how do I learn to deal with challenges? Obviously last year, this has really grown a lot because of everything that has happened, but it could be any challenge, right? It could be bullying, it could be chronic illnesses, for example. And with that, the reason I'm mentioning this is, to be able to serve these people best, we actually had to gather a lot of data. So contrary to the urban design, where it focused obviously on how do people use the city, but it was really focused on the city itself. How can we optimize that city? What can we do to the city? This is really the other way around. What can we do to help people take an active role in their health and improve their way of reacting to what is happening in their lives? So how do we gather data? Because we're talking about analytics after all, right? So for one, obviously, we scoured the internet. So we had a big data study done where we harvested millions of data points, conversations. We looked at social media, anything that teens and young adults may talk about in relation to illness, in relation to mental health, in relation to certain themes like bullying, suicide, self-harm, all those kind of things. And then we analyzed that. So we used a very complex algorithms to really come up with, okay, what are the things that we can look at? Then with that, we worked with the University in the Netherlands to look at how can we then utilize that data? How can we measure if we are going to design a game? How can we measure that we're successful? How can we measure that these people become more resilient and that they're building the life skills? Once we built it, or actually as we started building it, we also looked at player needs. So we really used human-centric design to design their player journeys, how they are getting through their day and what they're doing and how they're handling things, and then ask them to really help us co-design the game itself. We also had, over 100,000 analytics records of how people play games, what they do in games, why they do it, what helps them. So we looked at design studies of other games as well. And then we started testing. So we had smaller groups, larger groups, even larger groups. And as we started seeing that the data of play tests actually really worked, we then reached out and we found, we issued a grant to also create a clinical trial. We did that with Chicago Children's Hospital, and they conducted a clinical trial with 176 participants that were all between the ages of 17 and 24, and that were going into remission from cancer. And so we looked there at not just data of how they play the game and what they liked about the game, but we also looked at how did that impact their healing process. We had a waitlist design study is what it's called. So we looked at, you know, people going through to traditional therapy versus people playing the game, and talking with the therapist what the difference was. And we also looked at where do we impact them. So what are the kind of things that that worked? For example, we found out in the in-house design, and we validated that in the clinical trial, that people really had a more positive outlook after playing the game for a couple of weeks. And then we do psychological impact studies. So we did a lot of things where we had anonymized journal entries. I'll show a little bit of a data set afterwards. We also had in-depth interviews with psychologists together with those players to really look at also the content of it. Why is it that the game helps them? What does the game help them change? Why are they changing? And how can we change the game to really further help them? So those are the types of data gathering that we did. And then, sorry, this takes a minute to relax to show up. But the main results that we got were really positive. Now, keep in mind, this is a niche game, right? This is really for people that want to work on themselves, which is obviously not, can anybody see this slide? Ah, there we go. Which is obviously not every team, right? A lot of people don't want to work on themselves, which is fine too. But we really had the best feedback with people who actually wanted to change something, who are in a very difficult situation. So you can see on the right sort of the things that we got from the journals, from the in-depth interviews, where we really looked at, okay, what are people finding the game for and why are they playing it? For example, there's a lot of mention of self-harm and suicidal thoughts. And I mentioned those things because, of course, it's one thing to gather that data. It's one thing to interview those players and figure that out. But then what do you do with the game, right? How do we make sure that we don't do more harm? How do we make sure that this game is actually helping people and not making things worse? And so all of the data that we get here also brings in another design cycle with psychologists and with players to see how we can improve those. We really work closely also with foundations at the moment, for example, for a new release, we're working with the Botnar Foundation in Colombia to really specifically look at players that have a history with domestic violence, not themselves, but in their family environments as teens or out in the city, because they're from low-income housing projects mainly. And therefore, you know, those kinds of specific areas of where the game could help is something where we really want to dive deeper on analytics. And I know I'm rushed for time a little bit, so I won't go through all of the data points, but I'm happy to answer any questions later as well. And then, of course, most importantly for us, everything that we do, all those data points that we get, we take that back into the design, right? So this is a bit of an eye candy, obviously, as an analytics chart, you have to have one of them. But there's an interest curve. Where do people drop off? Why do they drop off? What's happening? How can we change that? That's just sort of the general thing that you see in the middle, you know, where do we want to improve? And then on those data points, we look at, okay, what can we change with that? How is it not helping? Where are we lacking things? Is it the story, which could be up top, or is it the major events that happen in the game? Are the challenges not good? We have cognitive exercises in the game, for example, breathing exercises that help with anxiety. The game also helps with journaling. Are people not journaling? The other part of the game is art. And so all those kind of things that you do in the game, you know, therapeutic expression, etc., we look at. And basically what we want to do is we really want to improve the design so that we can build more things that matter. And I think I'm really excited to see that there's a lot of mainstream games or a lot of bigger titles that are also trying to do things that matter. Here are just a few examples. So in the middle, for example, you see Zelda, where you're trying to talk somebody off a ledge when doing suicide. Now, that can backfire, so you have to be really careful about what you do. But on the top right, for example, is a game that focuses on bullying, or I Hope is a game that empowers you to really think differently about your cancer. And on the bottom left, there's a diabetes room. I don't know if anybody knew this, but in World of Warcraft, which is actually quite interesting because you get to sort of experience what it's like. And so all of these games are really trying to change something. Mission 1.5 is a newer version, and in there you actually help with figuring out how you could change things around the world. And the nice thing is you learn about how environmental issues around the world work. What happens if we vote something here in Europe, for example, how does that impact elsewhere in the world? And the nice thing on top of that is what these people that made the game do is they go back to the government and they say, okay, look, here is how our players would have voted, and you should really listen to them. So it's like a two-way street. And I think I'm really excited to really see more and more games like that pop up. And so for me, I think it's important that games are fun. I mean, it's so much more fun to figure out how to save the cat than it is to really look at, urban search and rescue operations and read like a 500-page manual, as you can see on the left. And in order to do that, to make those games fun, it has to be a balance of learning and a balance of really figuring things out yourself. So there has to be purpose. So you have to have a goal, right? There has to be autonomy. You have to be able to do things that you want in the game, and you have to be able to figure it out for yourself. There has to be reward. And more also, there has to be relatedness. People are looking for a connection, to ways to figure out things. One of the examples to bring up, perhaps, for example, is that IBM did a study years back already, and they looked at IBM middle management teams, and they looked at World of Warcraft teams, and then they figured out there's actually a lot of similarities in leading and team building and intrinsic motivation. And I think if we can help crack that, not just for basic educational games like teaching people math, but also really for social emotional learning skills, for example, that's something that I'm really excited about.
Wow, fascinating. we are out of time. It was an amazing, fantastic talk, and thank you for pointing us to all those amazing use of gaming and data. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and I was so lucky to get to prepare this session with Rosemary. I learned so much, and something that struck me is, as an analyst instructor and an analyst myself, I realized there's so many commonalities between playing a game and working with data. So that's probably why I find it so much fun. So for now, we'll be welcoming Mark Miller, and Mark Miller is going to take our understanding of data in gaming to a whole new level. He's going to share about his research, and you're going to see that we can learn so much from gamers from his standpoint. So, Mark Miller.
Mark Miller, PhD Biometrics, AR/VR at Stanford University. Mark's work bridges computer science and communication as he studies social interaction and interpersonal communication in augmented and virtual reality.
And technology is always amazing because it can get so seamless, but indeed it's slightly more complex than asking somebody to come on stage from the room. So Mark is in the waiting room. I'm turning to the team. And as we wait, something I mentioned to you earlier that I found so many commonalities in gaming, and in the last slide that Rosemary shared about, the spirit of gaming is all about being learned, becoming autonomous, to be rewarded, and I think there's a lot of this in data. Because in data, it's a never-ending learning journey, and you always discover new things. You have to acquire new skills. And yes, there is the reward. And that reward for me is I see it every day when I train professionals, when I train students. The light in their eyes when they realize that from a large or small data set where they could not see much, that with a few master techniques, a few operations on the data, they see the light, they see the signal coming out. And it's so rewarding to see them realizing like, oh my gosh, I made something here. I transformed raw data into a really good insight. And that's probably the gamer in me that wakes up at that time and says, wow, data is it's such a joy when you know how to work with it. So there you go. Hey, Mark, welcome. It's very good to have you. You come from the other side of the bay. Yeah, I can mention the name. So you joined us from Stanford. So yeah, we like you guys. And yes, tell us more about your research, what you do in the field of gaming. The floor is yours.
Yes. So I'll pull up my slides here. My intersection with gaming is studying virtual and augmented reality, but this talk is about privacy and AI. So we've got a lot of topics flying around here. Maybe the best way to begin is just to introduce myself. I'm Mark Miller, Mark Roman Miller. There's a lot of Mark Millers. But I study virtual and augmented reality at intersections with computer science, communication, human-computer interaction, and media psychology. I'm co-advised by Professor Jeremy Bailenson, who's in the media psychology in the communication department at Stanford University, and Professor James Landay, who's in computer science. So I'm working in both of these worlds here. And there's kind of two questions that should be asked right at the beginning. First, why am I talking about privacy? As I mentioned, I sort of gave my intro, it didn't really say anything about privacy. And when I started the research work that I've been doing, I didn't expect to get into privacy. But by studying augmented and virtual reality, and all the different things that its data sort of allows you to understand about human behavior and about people, the concern for privacy that I had really grew. And that came to a head in a recent research paper that I'll be talking more about. And second, what is privacy? There are a lot of definitions as it is a popular concept. But in this talk, I'll be speaking about privacy at the intersection of data, because that's where AI becomes involved. I hope if you've spent a little bit of time in the space, you have some working idea of privacy. But if you need to borrow one, here's mine. I frame it in moral terms, actually. The data that one can collect is facts about the world. It's a kind of knowledge, and that knowledge gives power. That sounds a little scary, but I just mean it in the sense of a programmer who knows all the language they use in the libraries is much more powerful as a programmer to build what they envision than someone who's less familiar. In the same way, a doctor who has just given you a battery of tests is able to choose the right medicine for you. They have a lot of knowledge about how your body's working in the moment, and they use that knowledge to become more effective. Then the moral aspect comes in when you think about the doctor case and you say, hey, what if they just ran a bunch of tests and then didn't do anything for you? The knowledge comes with a responsibility. To sum it up, privacy is the principle that knowledge about someone can be obtained only when it is utilized for the good of that person that is known. And of course, that's a very fuzzy, broad definition, but it highlights two important questions, which is, what is the power? What can this knowledge, what can this data do? And what is its potential justification? What good things can this knowledge do? In this talk, I'll draw two broad categories of privacy concerns. The first is inference, which is directly going from some data to some qualitative conclusion. For example, based on location data, you might be able to find that someone's regularly attending addiction treatment at an addiction center, or at an addiction treatment center. That's a kind of inference. You have one kind of data and you're inferring something from it. Identification is another kind of privacy concern that I'll be talking about. And that's some information that separates a given person from most or all others. And one of the important points about it is that it can be used to link multiple data sets together. For example, someone's name and date of birth, or someone's social security number. One of the things to start with here is the fact that understanding identifying data or privacy risks in general is difficult to reason about. What I have on this slide is 3 points of data: a zip code, gender, and date of birth. In a 2000 study of the 1990 US Census, a researcher named LaTanya Sweeney, who's now at Harvard, showed that 87% of Americans had a unique combination of these 3 values. That's all it takes to identify you: zip code, gender, date of birth, or at least the vast majority of Americans. Even in this case, where we're working with data that we've encountered, it's mundane, it's something that we feel like we know, and the matching process is very simple: who has the exact same values as someone else. It can still be very difficult to understand what is identifying and what isn't. If that's the case, how much more difficult will it be when you're working with machine learning in a way to match people on events in traditional games, game logs, button presses, things like that, or, as I'll be talking about, motions in virtual reality as well. So to start to explore identifiability in these things, let me talk about in these games. Let me tell you about some work by Brian Smith from Columbia University. It's about mining controller inputs to identify not only the gameplay, but also identify the game player. What in this study, Brian and colleagues had people do, they had people come into the study, play a couple minutes of Super Mario Bros. 3, and take all their button presses. They took some of those presses and fed them to a machine learning model, trained the model to recognize these, in this case, 8 different players. What they ended up finding was the way that people played different games, or not different games, different levels, seem to be consistent even across different types of levels as well. The graph here in particular shows 5 people, 5 sections of 45 seconds. That's the colored background. And lines that trace the model's prediction as to who that player was. As you can see, it's a lot more accurate than I would have expected. It definitely gets confused at the transition moments when they have one person's button presses next to another's. But beyond that, it's quite accurate. And honestly surprising, because all you have is just when you press buttons in the order in which you press them. Ultimately, with snippets of about 20 seconds of playtime, this model was to predict which person out of the 8 was playing at about 90% accuracy. One drawback of this work is that we don't know if this behavior is specific to Super Mario Bros. 3. If you have how someone plays Super Mario Bros. 3, are you able to infer them playing another kind of game, or are you able to identify them out in the world? Not yet, but it's getting closer. I wanted to talk about augmented and virtual reality, sort of as part of the future of gaming here, and how much more data is produced in these kinds of media. We're not working just with button presses, we have biometrics. As a researcher who's studying virtual and augmented reality, anytime we run an experiment, the participant often looks like this. They've got a headset on, they've got the hand controllers. Both of those provide position and rotation data over time. All that data can tell you so many things about what's happening in world and what's happening to that person. So for example, talking first about inference, there is a whole host of work, starting early as like 2000s, about using motion and what people are doing to infer some aspect about them. Two that I like to go to that I think are are certainly more shocking. First, VR can distinguish between people that have been diagnosed with ADHD and kids that have not. So this was a study. Kids came into a virtual classroom and sat in the virtual classroom for about 15 minutes listening to a virtual lesson. Because head and hands in this VR environment are tracked, they are able to tell that if a virtual car drove by in the environment and the student looked over at it, they'd have more motion. They might look around the room more. All these things correlated, or certainly looked different in the two groups. Kids that were diagnosed with ADHD had a lot more motion, whether that's head motion, hand motion, all that kind of stuff. So when you have this big pile of data, you might be able to infer a medical diagnosis. It's a similar theme with the second one, studying different stages of Alzheimer's disease. In this study, people went through a virtual shopping grocery store, and the aspect of the data that was useful in understanding how people are in the different stages of Alzheimer's was motion planning, is how they decided to go through the grocery store. People that in general traveled more, maybe they went back for something, and that would correlate with later stages of Alzheimer's disease. There's also work in identification as well. In two papers, the first one is a little earlier. Some researchers showed that with a group of 18 people doing relatively mundane VR tasks, pointing, grabbing, walking, typing, they were able to identify who was doing those actions on the order of 50 to 60% of the time. Then in the work that I've done, we had a big pile of data from a previous study that my advisor came to me and he said, hey, we've been talking about privacy as researchers for a while. I wonder if the data that we collected is identifiable. And I tell this story because I think it's important to highlight that when you collect this kind of data in AR and VR, you don't have the intuition that you're really dealing with anything special. It's where people were looking around when they were watching a video or something like that. The data set was actually for a bunch of videos that we wanted to know how people felt watching them, happy, sad, calm, or intense. There really wasn't anything going on in terms of exciting motion or throwing a ball or other things that even other researchers had done to identify people. It was just, watching some 360-degree videos. And so when I took a look at this data and started using AI, this in particular was a simple random forest algorithm. I was very, very surprised to see how identifying this data was. We had a group of 511 people, and we gave the model a challenge. We had to say, you have to pick out whose data this is out of 500 people. And it was right 95% of the time. I don't think I would ever handle a multiple choice test with 511 questions and 511 possible answers per question and still manage a 95. So there's really something going on here. I mentioned earlier that one of the drawbacks is, or one of the comments that I get is, well, people's data is identifying anyways. They have to log into an account to put on the headset or to join VR chat or something like that. And that is true in a lot of cases, but I think there's a lot of cases in which that's not necessarily true. So in this work by Brandon Falk and collaborators, they showed that that a video recording of someone in virtual reality, so this is like the virtual screen, the virtual characters moving around, doing some activity, either waving or throwing a ball, that can be matched to that person doing the same activity without a headset in real life. So picture you have a recording of someone walking down the street next to a building. That can be matched, and that has a risk of being matched to someone walking in virtual reality or throwing a ball in virtual reality in any given activity. So like this is the risk of identifying data, is because identifying data can be matched across these different data sets from the physical world to the virtual world. I'm pointing out some of these examples. I think they're the flashiest, and they certainly catch my attention the most, but there's just so much we don't know still about privacy, and especially identifying and inference in motion and behavior in games. One problem, especially with VR, is that we're dealing with biometric data. Yeah. And biometric data is special in the fact that it's very difficult to re-protect once it's leaked. You can't change a password you can't change your face in the way that you can change a password. So that is something unique to VR, but often with more involved games, you still get some degree of biometric information. When you're working with behavior data, it often occurs inference often occurs without awareness and potentially consent. When I'm walking down the street, I'm not thinking about walking. Really, there's just so much we don't know. I don't want to leave on a very depressing note. So to talk a little bit about some of the solutions, there are a couple different aspects, a couple different types of solutions, and we should think about all of them, whether they're technical. That could be changing access to the data, or figuring out what identifies you about emotion and anonymizing that. There are definitely legal protections that are possible. There's biometric protections, privacy laws. And then finally, cultural norms. That is a very big deal. What people want and what people want to build can be a powerful influence on the types of activities that we allow and don't allow. Thanks for listening to the talk. I'm happy to take questions, comments, points of discussion, VR game recommendations, anything like that. My email is below, but thank you for your time, and I hope you've learned something. Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. Really appreciate it. Thank you. You did educate us, but you somewhat scared us a bit too. So I guess we all need to be aware of all this data that can be captured to best proactively limit abuses of our privacy. So thanks a lot again. And talking about privacy and protection, now is a good time to invite my colleague Natalie and her panel to discuss diversity, equity in gaming, media, and entertainment. Natalie, over to you.
Thank you. This has been a really interesting talk on privacy. And now, considering that gaming has become more than entertainment, it's also social community and a learning medium. In the last few years, the gaming industry has really started to take more responsibility for the social impact it has on its communities. And more diverse creators too are trying to enter this industry. So let's welcome our panelists.
Colum Slevin, Senior Director, Electronic Arts. Colum leads the Positive Play Experiences team and previously managed the media and narrative VR content at Facebook Reality Labs, formerly Oculus. Brant Young, CEO, Gameheads and Fishian Studio. Brant's project, Our America VR, a VR narrative experience about being black in America, has been nominated for a BAFTA award, won Big Indie Pitch, an Oculus Launchpad grant, and a Unity for Humanity grant. Samia Chelby, founder of NetInfo and DigiArt Living Lab. Samia is a social innovator, educational expert, and disruptive innovator, covering the entire African continent. Dean Gichuki.
Hello, welcome.
How you doing?
Hi, how are we doing? Hoping Samia can join. She was having some trouble. For this very important discussion, we wanted to focus on three main areas where diversity and inclusions are needed in gaming. Game content, communities of players, and also the game industry workforce itself. So that's, very large topic. And each one of you have different backgrounds and expertise. So maybe we'll start with Bryant. And can you tell us, as the designer and creator of our America VR game, what made you create this game, and why do we need more diverse content like that?
So I think the main reason that I got into this was my personal experiences, just being Black in America, the things that I go through, and trying to share those experiences through a medium that was safer in a way. Obviously, these things are still very triggering and traumatic, but there's no harm that's going to be done to anyone that goes through these experiences. And just trying to share those experiences and give voices to different communities that don't have voices necessarily to tell their experience was the main goal of not just the project, but the series of projects that are going to follow this one.
And just for the people who don't know the game, can you just give us a brief description of how it's done, and what do you play when you...
Yeah, so Our America is a branching narrative VR experience about being Black in America. It follows a father and a son on their way to school, and the audience has to navigate the nuances of their life and things that they're going through on a daily basis. So there's a lot of different antagonists. Some are overt racism, some is subtle, and there's different things that the audience must navigate in a way to complete the story.
Okay, thank you. And Colum, you have been working in the gaming industry and the VR industry for quite a while. And lately you have taken the role of director of positive play at Electronic Arts. Do you want to tell us a little bit more of what Electronic Arts is putting in place to bring more inclusion and less toxicity in the gaming communities?
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to talk about that. So, actually, my work in VR, related to what Bryant was describing in the field he's working in, was what really activated my passion for this area, because VR is such a nascent and growing medium, and it is beset. It's plagued by issues of toxicity and abuse already, even though the audience is relatively small. And it really brought home to me how important it is to tackle those things at the outset of the growth of a platform, rather than waiting for scale, which is unfortunately what very often in the technology industry people think about. Let's wait until we get 10 million players and then we'll think about how to solve these problems, which is, I think, a disastrous strategy. So essentially at BA, what we're doing is centralizing the need for what we describe as positive play. Instead of purely making it just each game franchise's job, we're building a sort of a service for all of the studios, so that we can support what we describe as the 5 player needs, or the 5 human needs for positive play: safety, fairness, connection, inclusion, and balance. And I can get into more detail on what all those mean, but essentially safety and fairness should not be competitive advantages. It should be a basic baseline expectation that any player has of an experience they have. But then there are so many. This is such a spectrum of needs, that is very hard to describe just purely as safety, fairness, toxicity, etc. So we combat negative behavior, but we also really try to encourage and incentivize positive behavior, which is the direction we're pushing in. And yeah, I'll stop there.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. Well, welcome, Samia. We are glad you were able to join us. Samia is from Tunisia, but she's currently in South Africa. So that's, yeah, thank you for joining us. So Samia, Africa is a huge reservoir of young gamers and consumers, but apparently there are not as many game creators or studios over there. How do you think that, the African culture is ripe to bring more diversity in terms of creating original game content?
Yes, thank you, Natalie, for the question. Let me introduce myself. I am Samia Shelby. I am a researcher, university teacher in software engineering. I switched to the teaching for video game to impact the community, to impact my students. I am working a lot with the community, and I am here in Cape Town now, Games Week, and you are. This is the ambience because I am in a public space because we don't have another space to make this this panel. Yes, as you said, yes, Africa is the richness, is the cultural diversity, so it has a lot of story to tell to the world, and a lot of culture heritage also to highlight and to export to the world. And we believe a lot in video games as being really a support, a new support that will allow both to the African youth talents to get closer to their culture, and also to the world to discover and to be inspired by this richness. Yes, we have as researcher, as entrepreneur, as educator also, we have double a role. We have a role to educate, to coach, but we have a role to educate the society also. It's not just education in schools and university, because we are working to our partners and stakeholders in more than 15 African countries to work together to construct and to build the future of Africa via the video games. And this is need a lot of work with the whole stakeholders, the public stakeholders,
We can talk more about that. Yes, yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah. I know there is a lot to discuss here. I just wanted to stay a little bit on the content and the communities. Brian, could you tell us what did it take for you to create this game as a Black game developers? What supported you? What were the challenges? And and of course the funding, not just the expertise and the yeah.
Yeah, so I've been working on this project for a while. That's something that a lot of people don't know. I've been working on this since 2017, and it's just started to get to a place where I've gotten funding and stuff. And I think the hardest part about for game developers in general is the funding part. But to make a project like this that isn't going to make any money, there's it's even that much harder to get funding because no one's going to make money off of you, so they don't want to give you money in the first place. So just getting a bunch of no's and staying on track to really focus on your goal of just making a social impact is probably the hardest thing, and not giving up on yourself, believing in yourself more than other people believe in you, even if no one believes in you at all. Because there's times where I got 20 no's in a week, but when I finally got that first yes from I think it was it's either Oculus or Unity. Getting that first yes to actually get the funding and stuff was amazing, and it was worth all the notes that I got leading up to that. So just believing in yourself more than anything was probably the most important thing and the hardest thing to get to where I am today.
Yeah. Besides some of the tech companies, did you get any support for like foundations or? No. Okay.
It was only the Uni for Humanity, which obviously they want to help social causes and projects that do social impact things. So that was kind of aligned with my goals. And then the Oculus one, obviously because it's in VR, so that aligned with just the project itself.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's important. Like, what's the business model for those games when you want to create social impact? It's more complicated than when it's considered pure entertainment. Also, you know, some entertainment can also have social impact. And Colm, so you talked about like developing kind of rules or, you know, community guidelines for you know, rewarding positive behaviors and kind of punishing, you know, negative behaviors. But like in practice, how does that happen? Because we know a lot of platforms with community rules, but like, how do you teach your players, or how do you enforce those rules? Like, how do you change the mentality even sometimes? Some study shows that, you know, the underlying problem is not the lack of rules, but really like some toxic masculinity model that gets promoted through society and, you know, through some of those games. So I'm curious to hear, like, what are some practical ways of changing that?
So, yeah, thanks for the question. I think there are three main ingredients to solving the problem you're describing. The first is a really strong defense. So strong, reactive, and proactive machine learning tools and human moderation to literally just protect players from toxic behavior or abuse or harassment. It's a war of attrition, right? The truth of the matter is that the percentage of truly bad actors in online communities is vanishingly small, but they have an outsized impact on the experience of the overall, right? Because because of the way in which they behave. So having a really strong defense against those in order to curb hate speech and tackle toxic behavior, sometimes before it happens, but certainly immediately as it happens. So strong defense is really important. Second of all, self-regulating communities. So communities that are nurtured and empowered to protect one another and to look out for one another in ways is a second pillar. And the third one is what we describe as positivity by design, or inclusion, in some cases inclusion by design, where you're developing features and designing features for the game that are intentionally designed to avoid dark patterns or other potentially toxic outcomes, because sometimes very reasonable or fun mechanics can end up being used in toxic ways, or having a toxic impact. The example I bring up all the time is you can, if you score a goal in FIFA against an opponent in the soccer game, you can replay your goal 3 times, and you can force your opponent to watch that score 3 times, which was intended to be a straightforward sort of celebration of a goal, but actually can be extremely triggering and frustrating if it's, you know, the 10th goal you've let in against another player. So there are innocent or small mechanics like that you really need to think carefully about. And I won't go on much further about it, but for instance, we talk a lot about designing opportunities so that players are incentivized to congratulate other players. Players are incentivized to collaborate with other players. incentivized in basic ways. You know, you get more experience points. You get like, hey, I noticed you high-fived or you GG'd another player at the end of that match. Thanks. Here's some more reward points for you in that regard. So I guess my point was, Natalie, that right now the vast proportion of our work is focused on policing and combating negative behavior, like reactively. And what we're really working towards is a future where that's a tiny percentage of what we do, because it is largely a solved problem. And we spend much more time designing experiences that are intended to encourage, incentivize, and reward collaboration and positivity.
Yeah, definitely. Go ahead.
So like Apex has like a pretty diverse crew of like people, right? As opposed to a lot of games that I grew up with, which were predominantly just white male protagonists, where even in like first-person shooters, they're pretty much just all white male. Even like on the team, usually like 16 white guys shooting 16 other white guys, right? Was that like, and do you think that has an impact on the community around Apex and how, and like who's gonna be attracted to a game like that?
I do. I think it's core. I think that I've got a lot of opinions about the representation in those games. But yes, the short answer is yes. I mean, as I think you're getting at, when people can see themselves in an experience, it feels, we often talk about making experiences feel welcome, safe, and rewarding for players, and welcome and rewarding is sort of the key to that. Similarly, in Battlefield, we introduced a non-binary character of color in the last iteration, Sundance, and there are other characters there. So I think representation in those sort of squad-based games and battle royales and first-person shooters, in the character choices you can make, is really important. What I'm super excited about, though, is exploring ways to actually make the entire experience more representative, like in the design of the actual story or the experience that it is. I look at what some movie studios have done in the last 5 or 6 years, which again is another longer topic, and I think the games industry could learn a lot from that, because I don't think the representation you're describing is tokenism. I think it's real and it's legitimate, and we spend a lot of energy on the authenticity of hairstyles and tattoos and other sort of ethnic or cultural aspects that you're trying to embody, but it's still just a character as opposed to the entire experience feeling representative. But sorry, really long answer, whereas the actual answer is just yes, it is important.
Definitely the diversity of character representation is super important, and all those other aspects of this experience, the story and the mechanics and everything. Let's move on to Samia, because you started to talk about the different stakeholders in Africa that you are working with. So what does it take to start? Because in a sense, over there, the ecosystem is much smaller at this point. What does it take to start an entire ecosystem of, both educating and creator studio and startups and developing basically a gaming industry in Africa? We heard today there is a thriving gaming industry in India and in China as well. They have developed a lot the last decade, So what kind of initiatives does it take, and what have you been working on to start, this ecosystem?
Yes. According to Africa, our approach as a stakeholder, as an organization, as a private sector also, our approach, we are going from bottom-up approach. That means because our government don't think about this, don't see video game as an industry that can bring money. That means video game for our state, for our government, actually it's for entertainment. It's not video game. They don't see video game as a business. But by the other hand, the young talents, the indie gamers, the talents, the private, the studios and organization believe in this. And our approach, we are pushing, to make this happen in Africa. And what we are doing actually, like this event, all the community gathered together to think about the future of this industry. Studio, schools, organization, groups, etc. So our initiative, what we try to do is the last and not the least initiative, we try to work closer with the company like Epic Games, like Autodesk, and to bring them to this community, to connect to them, and to provide us with innovation, with a new curriculum, to fund us, to provide for free training and coaching, and to let this community produce their game. Our last initiative is African Game Dev Program. It's a program that we managed last year with 10 countries, Rwanda, Mali, and other countries, about 300 of talents from the whole countries. And after, for the 4th month after, we plunged them in the production experience, because we don't manage training as training, but training to production. We want to plunge and to bring those talents in front of the constraint of the industry, because those talents, when they want to produce their game, they are dreamers. They don't they don't have an idea about the constraint of this. They see just the potential. They see just they want to produce a game. But in this program, we plunge them in front of these constraints, and we have 3 startups that emerge from this program. One from these startups are selected by the European co-production program managed by Spielfabrik to continue the adventure. This is what we are doing. Actually.
That's fantastic. Yes, definitely. It's not enough to dream about a game. You have to learn how to produce it and make it happen. And it's a lot of work and a lot of expertise. It's a good segue to Brian. You can tell us, you are also involved as an instructor with Gameheads, which is an initiative in Auckland to teach young Black people to become game developers. And it has, can you tell us more, how was it started by Damon, and how does it work, and what does it do that is more than just educating those young people?
So it's not just Black people, it's any underrepresented community in the game industry.
Okay,
so,
sorry, yeah, right.
It's any minority group is pretty much able to go through Gameheads and learn how to make games. They start with basic classes and pretty much choose each semester what classes they want to get involved in. The one that I was involved in the most was the VR class. So I mean, so obviously I run a VR company, and like I have a project, and I've won awards for this project, and so on and so on. And so I started the semester with just them designing their game, and kind of took them through the whole entire process of, hey, you have to design your whole entire GDD game design doc. And then from there, you'll have these stages during production where it was, I basically gave them, had them go through a vertical slice, and then hopefully they'll be able to use that to then go into Oculus Launchpad, Oculus Start, and then get more funding for their projects if they want to, and things of that nature. But Gameheads itself is really involved in just mentoring, teaching, and producing the next generation of this industry, but also giving them the confidence they need to then lead the industry later.
Yeah, definitely. And they have partnered with California State University East Bay to deliver a certificate when they complete the program. And my understanding is they are also funded by some companies like Niantic and Unity, I think.
Yeah, they have quite a few supporters, and it's like it's like pretty big names in the industry that are supporting this program, and yeah.
Yeah, so that's really a good combination of different stakeholders, and talking about like bringing more minorities into the gaming industry. I don't know if Colum, you want to talk about that, but I know it's not your responsibility right now. But the latest surveys show that there are still 24% women, 5% Black in the game designer and developer community at large in 2019. And like Brian was saying, how do we also bring them to higher, leadership and responsibility level? Do you know of any initiative that was either at Oculus or at Electronic Arts to change not just the games and the gamer communities, but also the workforce inside those companies?
Yeah, I mean, as you say, my focus is on players, but I will say that I've always felt that the the reasoning of the diversity problem, or the description of the diversity problem in technology companies being described as a pipeline problem, to me has always been an insidious lie. I just don't believe that the idea that, well, if we can do these things are all really important. We should do more Grace Hoppers and more Girls Who Code and all of the projects that reach into third level education, second level education to bring people up and make them realize that careers are possible. But those are very leaky funnels, and they don't create leadership opportunities for people on game development teams. The only way to do that is to take a risk and to actually invest in people and elevate them into positions that are actually going to be impactful in the development process. This is the only way to do it, because the fact of the matter is, as I'm sure Bryant knows better than I do, the attrition rate for underrepresented communities and for women is greater than the input rate. Yeah. That no matter how we improve the input rate, people are leaving at a higher rate. Yeah. So you're only solving one end of the pipeline if you increase the opportunity from school to employment. If people are fundamentally unhappy, underrepresented, and not afforded opportunities, they're going to leave. So I think it's a lazy mindset at best, and an outright lie at worst, that we can solve things through the pipeline. What I'd say very quickly about players is that the two bad faith arguments you hear all the time, honestly, often from people with tons of experience in game development about toxicity in the industry or in play is, number one, it's just an unavoidable tax of online play. This sort of, if you can't stand the heat, don't go in the kitchen argument. Like, this is just, has always been the way since the advent of online games. And the second bad faith argument is, this is a $200 billion industry. We make more money than North American sports and movies all rolled into one. It's not broke. Why are we trying to fix it? This isn't really a problem. And the fact of the matter is that, Brian is talking about this directly. New avenues are opening up all the time. There are tons of new surfaces and dimensions for people to play games, and more opportunities for toxicity are emerging along with it. It's a big problem, and it's not going to go away. Number two, growth is constrained. Toxicity demonstrably disproportionately affects women and people of underrepresented communities. And at a rate of about 22%, people cite toxicity. Those people cite toxicity as the reason they never come back to games. And 22% of existing players don't come back. Imagine the percentage of potential players who never even show up. So ultimately, I think we have to accept the moral responsibility for the characters and the stories and the designs and the mechanics that we put in the world, or we're going to continue to reap what we sow.
Thank you so much. I think we are running out of time. Is there a last thing that you want to share very quickly, like one sentence? How can we reach you, Samia, to collaborate with African talent?
Yes, I from this panel, I want to pass some message to the American community. We need more collaboration between talents, between students, connection between schools, connection between students. They will learn from each other. The students from the North country, from American country, can learn from the cultural heritage and from the story. It can discover another culture. And even an African talent also will learn. They will learn from each other. And the second, the co-production. We need to develop, because you know we have a huge number of talent that needs job. The problem is the problem of employment. So we need to find job. You need to develop the market. You need to do business. So collaboration, and you know we are a young continent. There is a huge number of talent passionate. So we need to make this collaboration for co-production.
Thank you, Samia, and we hear your passion and your commitment, definitely.
Yes. Thank you.
We are running out of time, so thank you, everyone. Brian, do you have what's next for you for your game? Anything?
Yeah, so we're wrapping up production, improving the models, doing the animations and stuff. I hope that will be done sometime in like the next couple months, and then hopefully have a release in Q2. And then after that, the series of experiences from underrepresented communities continues to other stories. Hopefully raising a bit more money for the next one, in that way we can do it full time, hire a team of like 20 people and keep going.
Fantastic. Well, thank you to the three of you. This is a huge topic and we had only a limited time, but I really appreciate all the different perspectives that you bring. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
you so much.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye, everyone.
Okay, well, thank you everyone for this very insightful panel. To conclude this part on diversity and inclusion, let me do a self-serving pitch. As I mentioned earlier in this summit, the Fisher Center for Business Analytics here at Berkeley also embeds the foundation, the Berkeley Alliance for Inclusive AI. And yes, we do our part too by training women and underserved communities to the activities of analyst or data scientist. So these trainings are absolutely free and offer a Berkeley Global Certificate to its participants. So you're all welcome, all around you here in the room or around the world, to donate to the Berkeley Alliance for Inclusive AI and enable people from your community or our community to become great data analysts. So talking about rising talents, we had the opportunity to connect with Dean Gichuki out of Kenya. So he could not join us live, but we got a chance to interview him earlier today. So we'd love to share how a young team of Kenyans against all odds, released the game recently and got awarded a few awards over the past month. So let's hear it from Dean Gichuki.
Dean Gichuki, Chief Marketing Officer, Karma Chain, and founder of Kunta Content. Dean is an award-winning content producer and marketing and business development expert.
So welcome to Berkeley, Dean. Thank you for accepting this interview. Where are you today?
I am in Nairobi, Kenya. It's very sunny, very beautiful. Love it. How's it in Berkeley?
Well, the sun has arrived to Berkeley, so yeah, we're seeing it coming over.
Awesome. I've done a few courses from Berkeley, so it's a pleasure. I've done a few MOCCs. Yeah, so a bit familiar.
Oh, that's very good.
Music program.
That's very good, and everybody here is curious to hear about your story. We heard a lot about your project. So the first question that came to mind is, how did you come to gaming? What inspired you?
Yeah, so it really starts with youth and being a lot younger a few years ago and trying to create across different mediums. So I started off in film, and then I started off as an actor I realized there are much better people who should be actors, not me. And I slowly got into writing. And when I was writing, one of the ideas that really blossomed was making a game. I'm a big fan of games. I've been playing games for about 10 years since then. Since I was around 10 till now, I've been playing games for a long time. So I was super excited to create a game. Had no clue where to start. I had no clue what an engine was, what animation was, and so on. But I was excited about it. But then I was easily able to create in movies, TV, and so on. And you'll find it, I think, familiar for most people that you want to make games, but you don't really know how to, so you start off making other things. Then eventually you land back in games. So that's really where it started. And then I played a lot of games from all over the world, and there really wasn't, and still really aren't, any African games, African quote unquote, in that Africa as a setting, Africa as characters, Africa as story or narrative really doesn't exist. And even right now, unfortunately, still doesn't. So I was excited to take up that challenge and see what we could create as a team.
Wow, that's excellent. And where did you learn? Because you said you didn't know much. So are there any schools, training, mentors you could find?
There is one school, but I didn't go to it. I mostly did game design courses online, just teaching myself creating a role system, creating locations, creating characters, and trying to create an interesting game, a fun game. Sometimes it is easy for a game to be too technical, so trying to make it fun is always an interesting challenge. Then I was fortunate to meet a lot of game developers along the way who were excited about the game I was working on, who were interested in joining the journey. And we've been able, as a team of about 4 people, 2 developers, 1 artist, 1 designer, myself, to be able to come together and build this together. So it was mostly self-taught, studying online. The team is the same, self-taught, studied online, and really trying to do the best with what you have.
That's great. So did you see any local constraints in terms of access, well, to talents, access to resources, bandwidth, CPU, or was it not an issue?
One, it's definitely an issue, especially recently because of GPU prices going through the roof. Definitely has an effect even here in Africa. I think the biggest challenge was that sometimes you might have a bit of budget, you might have a bit of ability with purchasing, but there's not significant information with the local application. Okay, how does your fan work when it's dusty? How does your fan work when in your house it's already 20 degrees Celsius every single day? How do you purchase? How do you make sure what you've bought is original? So a big part of the challenges we'd experience with equipment is that there was little understanding of the local environment. And then just, of course, cost, of course, difficulties with shipping. It can easily take 2 months, 3 months for a very expensive part to arrive. It's going through customs. And that's not even mentioning just being able to afford, being able to purchase the items, being able to get a good GPU, get a good CPU, have it shipped to your house. Hopefully that process alone is just craziness, and being able to do it was both exciting and terrifying at the same time.
That's great. So, and looking at the other side of the spectrum, as you develop a game for users, well, from Africa, from the community you want to represent, did you find you have to be careful about a few things, maybe dialects, languages, or the computer power that your users could have?
Yeah, computer power is one of the biggest challenges, and we've had to really differentiate our thinking in that we understand the limitations of our audience. We understand there's only so much you can do before it becomes extremely throttling. How we've tried to separate this is having a bit of a sliding scale of the least heavy gaming experience versus the most heavy gaming experience, and focusing more on the least heavy, where we are trying to make the game pretty good, pretty playable for people with the lowest spec machines. And then everyone else with better than that is just having the time of their lives. So we are really building for the low case versus the high case.
Excellent. And when you really embody a new wave, a new generation of game developers in Africa, how do you feel, what is your goal, your social goal to develop these games for your community?
we try to encompass it in one statement where our focus is to make great African games. And we don't want the game to be just good because it's African. We want it to be a great game. We want it to be playable by anyone across the world. We want anyone with an understanding of games to be able to say, wow, this is so interesting, entertaining, and it's African, and it is very authentic to this community. But then the responsibility it gives us is that we have the opportunity as one of the first studios from Africa to really plant our flag in the ground. We just want to plant it as deep as possible and be able to say 5 years, 10 years from now, our game is still good, it's still amazing. And what we did for our community, for our country, for our continent is unbelievable, amazing, and still awarded. We don't just to skate on the fact that, oh, there are no games, so we can just lazy about and just make a random game. No, we want the game to be the best possible, but most importantly, representative of the community. And we don't feel that this will slash any narratives, slash any ability to storytell. In fact, it even makes the stories more interesting. As you've probably had a conversation with your students, reality is the best writer. Reality is the best storyteller. It's crazy what happens in reality. Yeah.
Excellent. So as you are a trailblazer for the continent, what do you see are the next opportunities for the African market vis-a-vis games, vis-a-vis Metaverse? I mean, do you have a vision on that?
Yeah. We have about 100 million Africans all over the world, our diaspora, who've left the continent, are working, studying all over the world. We would like them to connect to our games. I think the challenge in the short term is to make AA level games in the next 2 to 3 years. And in the next 5 years, being able to make AAA games. And there are a lot of great communities coming up on the continent of being able to push to that extent. I think we're fortunate to be in this stage of game development, this time in game development history, where you have tools like Unreal and Unity that are really much further ahead of what was there 5, 10 years ago. So it's fairly easy for a small studio like us to do really great work, really exciting work using these fantastic tools. So our goal is, one, to make the greatest games possible, to get hundreds of millions of players from all over the world to play our games, both PC and console and mobile, and to be able to leave our mark in the space, not just now, but for the long term.
That's great. So you probably already answered the question, but so what's the next big move now? You got prizes, you got rewards?
So we are just about to release a prototype in the next 2 months. We are working on our main game called Hero. It's an action adventure Maasai game. A few people know the Maasai. They are this warrior tribe from East Africa. Really fascinating story. So we are super excited about that. We'd like to release it in PC and console by the end of this year. And what that will look like is getting a few 100,000 players across the world to play it. And what that will enable us to do is be able to really tell the story of the game, but also tell the story of the studio. That a studio of 5 young guys from the dusty streets of Africa can make a game played anywhere in the world, can make a game that people would be proud of, and can make a game that people enjoy playing. That is 100% African.
Oh, that's fantastic. And Dean, would you mind, would you be able to share us a video of your gameplay?
Yeah, definitely. That's very easy. I can even share it right now.
So let us broadcast the sound from the PC so that you can enjoy also the sound of the bush and the animals. But you can already tell it's a different feel from GTA and the suburb of a pseudo Los Angeles. So we get the window sound, but not the video sound. There you go. Oh, that's okay, Nguyen. Just put it in full screen. We missed the sound and the lion. But that gives us a sense of... Yes. So that's Hiru, a gaming development by Dean Gijuku and his team. And we really wanted to feature this team introduced to us by Samia. So there is so much potential coming from Africa to develop new games, new ways to play, and also give us some different environment to play in. I really felt compelled to play Hiru, and myself experienced that journey in Kenya. All right, so now Lee.
Yeah, thank you. We are going to welcome Raphael Brown. Raphael Brown is going to talk about business models and monetization and how they have evolved over time, over the last decades, and what are the latest trends also. So let's welcome Raphael.
Raphael Brown, CEO and co-founder at Symbol Zero. Raphael is a game designer, game developer, XR evangelist, technologist, studio head, well known for his entrepreneurial achievements.
Hi, hello, Raphael.
Hi there. Hi. I believe my Gagan, if you can get my other machine over. Oh, okay, there we go. Hi there. I just want to make sure that I've got both the screen that I'll be sharing from
yes.
and the screen that I'll be speaking from both connected.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you. So you have so much expertise and experience in the gaming industry and also the VR and AR industry. We just ask you to, give us a little overview of monetization and in games over the last decades and what's coming up. So if you just want to share your slide and talk, because I know you have a lot to share, that's totally fine.
Mm-hmm. Sure, let's see here. All right, we will dive in.
Can you make it full screen?
Yeah, I'm just, sorry, I'm just trying to. Sorry, I'm just trying to remember how to do that. That is in slideshow. And
yeah, on the left, you can start the show. Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I'll just dive right in. So first off, my background. I'm a traditional game designer, started back in the mid-90s. Won't go into a lot of detail, but basically I started in traditional PC games. Over the years, I've worked from PC to console to mobile, back and forth, VR, and then more recently, virtual concerts. And so I've always stressed in myself that I'm designing games, interactive software experiences, and that I should look as a designer, as a developer, at each of these, and that I should not be beholden to any one platform. I fall back on pushes from my mentor, John Carmack, who stressed all of these things are different computing devices. Build for everyone, always be platform agnostic. Never be, fans can be specific to hardware or specific to platforms. We build for everything. And so in my view, it's important to start with a historical understanding, and I'll dive through that really, really quickly. So I'm not going to go into all this, but I just want you guys to look at games are driven by technology. Experiences are driven by technology. Monetization is driven by technology. If you look at it, there's this strand of hardware, at times storage, and internet connectivity that has grown over time. We went from ARPANET to BitNet to the internet. We're trying to go to kind of a metaverse thing that's still off in the future. We started actually with consoles, and you could say mainframes before that, to PCs, to mobile, to cloud. We're still trying to figure out what blockchain is and how it fits into that. There's a lot that's still to be explored. But the point is that technology is always changing. It is never static. And the main thing that is constant is that we get assumptions, and then time changes and the technology changes, and we have to revisit our assumptions. So with that said, this is just here for a quick visual perspective, not to dive into, but just to give you a sense that like the physical form is always changing. The experience is always changing, and the monetization because of that. So revenue. The point of this is that game revenue really started back in the 1970s with console, and actually technically with arcade. So if you think about the user experience and the monetization, it started with people not having the devices in their homes and putting, effectively putting quarters into cabinets and having short form experiences, 30 seconds to 5 minutes to 15 minutes. It went from that to a console experience that was a premium purchase. That then led to a handheld experience that you could take with you. That was also largely a premium experience. But that handheld experience was different from the console experience because it had to be in bite-sized chunks, because you took it with you, because it was portable. Going back to the Game Boy, that range of devices as opposed to a home console connected to a TV. The PC then started to come in around the same time as handhelds, actually technically a little bit before, but the PC mirrored the console, but it was a different experience, and the PC was more sooner online. The PC was online almost from the beginning, but very clumsily so, and then that grew. Console, handheld, and PC, all in different ways then inform mobile, because mobile has that bite-sized chunk, that portability of the handheld. It has the online all the time of the PC, but at least initially it had kind of the more compartmentalized play of the console, and started to make its own new territory. And mobile, which started much later than all those other ones, grew almost exponentially, and it grew exponentially because of the devices. All of these are device-driven hardware markets. Virtual reality has come at the end, and it still has a lot of growth ahead of it, and then we're still figuring out blockchain, and being frank, people aren't really counting, even if you look at later charts, there is no blockchain game revenue, there is blockchain game investment. There needs to be revenue from consumers to prove it in the marketplace. Outside of basically one game, maybe a little bit of two, that doesn't really exist. It's a speculative market, and that's okay. But that also makes it very different from a lot of these other ones. So just to keep going, and I want you guys to kind of look at this space. 2020 and 2021, everything exploded. We went from an overall global games market of 139 to 159 to 180. There was unusually heavy growth. This will not always be the case, and it's going to slow down in 2022, but this was absolutely fascinating for seeing how much things are changing, and the notion that PC, console, and mobile, the three strands of the current market. Arcade is mostly dead, VR is mostly nascent, blockchain mostly doesn't exist, but PC, console, and mobile all saw their best years really ever in 2020 and 2021. They don't actually need to change, they just need to keep doing their thing. Whatever blockchain figures out, whatever VR figures out, they don't need to cannibalize this market, they need to make their own markets. Their own user experiences, their own monetization, things they still need to prove, but PC, console, and mobile are frankly capable of completely ignoring VR and completely ignoring blockchain because they are specific things PC and console and mobile that know exactly how to monetize, how their users want to be, and they are better than they have ever been. And that's actually fascinating, that we are potentially seeing, just as we saw with arcade, the market is steadily changing. Arcade dropped away, handheld dropped away. We have PC, console, and mobile, and blockchain and VR may be coming in to entirely new parts of the market that they can grow separate from the current parts, just as mobile, there's overlap, but PC and console overlap a little bit more. Mobile has some overlap, but has a whole other segment of the market. VR needs to prove itself. Blockchain needs to prove itself. And that's good because it means that the overall market has the potential to expand. So, and again, just going through this quickly, a timeline of monetization from coin-fed, coin-operated and quarter-fed to premium purchase. In the early days of PCs, you would both buy a game and you'd buy a magazine, and you could put, I remember putting in code into a TI-99 from a magazine. Magazines and shareware and bulletin boards were part of an early space for not only gameplay, but monetization. That faded away, things change. And so, we had shareware, and then shareware went away. PCs, MMOs were premium and then subscription, and now they're microtransaction. Console online, this premium and downloadable content mixture that then fed into mobile free-to-play with in-app purchase and microtransaction. It's a timeline where everything feeds on the things before it. You then look at it, basically go, okay, games as a service. That's basically where we are now. We're at some amount of premium games, a little bit of just kind of loosely PC online. But the thing that's actually exploding right now over about the last, since 2016, the last 6 years, is games as a service. Blockchain is the next thing to figure out. It's still basically, it is a guess. Even what VR should be is a guess. But blockchain is a thing where in the game industry, great, you've got a white paper, you've got a pitch. We don't care. Go prove it in the market. Build a thing, make it playable, and then show that it's running and show that you get consumers to put money in. Not investors, not can you make this thing, but make it, put it in, prove it, and then like mobile, get dozens of companies to all be doing that. And that's when you have mobile free to play. Not when you have a white paper, not when you're trying to guess at what a thing will be, but when it's proven in the market. That's what we do in games. The consumers choose. So this again is just to kind of keep showing you guys how we understand and how we compare game monetization, and this notion that it's a fluid thing. Things ebb and flow, they grow and change. Nothing is constant. Nothing is guaranteed. Anything can grow, anything can die. But what's particularly interesting is that if you look at this, everything is based on different hardware. We are trying now to understand how we go away from hardware as a constant with things like Apple Arcade, Xbox Game Pass, PlayStation Now and Plus, and the new Project Spartan that they're coming out with, but also with things like cross-device, cross-play with Roblox and Fortnite and Minecraft and others. The notion that you build and deploy as a platform, that's going to fundamentally change this. And we don't fully know how, but it puts blockchain even more into speculative territory, because at least we can say here with this, that we start to have games that are in multiple of these threads at the same time. You can go like, okay, Fortnite is mostly on console, but it's got a decent bit on PC, and up until the lawsuits, it was also on mobile. But that's the thing is we're in a space where we may be de-emphasizing hardware, or we may have strands that are just cross-device cloud platform, and maybe down the road, cross-device blockchain platform. But those are heavily guesswork, and it's still a very new thing. And for the 2020s, we're probably going to see a lot of, frankly, cloud, because that is the robust thing. And then we're going to see blockchain after that, because that's still the new immature thing that's making a lot of noise, but has basically no revenue and needs to figure itself out. So yeah, it's interesting to look at this, but we are going through some fairly big changes that are without precedent, because so much of it has been based on just device and hardware.
Thank you. Yeah, we are trying to wrap up also. I know you have a lot to share, but
yep.
Yeah.
Sure. So I'll just skip to the end, which is that in this growth, sorry. I'll skip to the end to just past the rise of cloud, to just talking about a little bit of where blockchain is and how we're trying to understand that. So specifically with blockchain now, we have a thing that's very different from mobile, where a lot of the game development community is not interested in blockchain. There's a small portion that's very interested, and then there are a lot of people outside of it that are interested for other reasons. What this means is that blockchain probably needs to not assume that it can take in current game consumers or even game developers, but it needs to mark out a new space. Mobile did this, cloud actually did this. Blockchain is going to need to do this also. Blockchain is going to need to take lessons from cloud and from mobile, and not try to take audience or potentially even development resources as much from PC and console. Probably most from mobile, but it's going to be tricky because blockchain is promising fidelity and experiences like the others, but it doesn't have the ability to build to that, and the monetization is tricky. So the last thing that I'm just going to look at is hard choices. That blockchain is going to have to figure out new monetization. Virtual land sales is the biggest space for monetization now, but it is a thing that is heavily unproven and it is mostly selling hot air. There's a vast amount of expansion, but it is not tied to user experience. And in game development history, that breaks everything. So land sales are a thing that's happening now. The safer space is probably virtual item sales. And that's a thing that in terms of monetization, we need to figure out because there are a lot of problems based on online with virtual item sales. It is safer than land sales. It doesn't make as much money, but it doesn't tie your hands as much. And the last thing that I'll leave you with is that is where can it help, which is fundraising. Which is just the notion that blockchain needs to figure out what it wants to be and what it can do next. And the most competent thing that blockchain can do in terms of monetization and user experience is to figure out how to help with, I'm trying to find one particular slide, which is just fundraising. I'll just close out with that because I know we're running out of time. This is a short session, and I'm trying to adapt a larger lecture here. Crowdfunding is the biggest thing. And let's actually just close out. If we can use understanding of the history of game monetization to deal with user experience, we can get to better crowdfunding. And from better crowdfunding, we can actually learn what blockchain needs. Cloud is trying to do that, and games as a service are trying to do that. Blockchain needs to do that also. So that's what I'll close out with is just games as a service has figured out its monetization. It is now trying to figure out how to bring new developers and games into that. Blockchain needs to do that as well. Not how can we sell consumers more faster, but how can we work out the beginnings of funding to safe monetization that is actually sustainable and is not speculation driven.
Okay.
So I'll close out with that.
Thank you. Thank you for your careful analysis. Very interesting to understand the impact of all the different platforms and the monetization models. Thank you, Raphael.
Thank you, Raphael.
Thank you.
Yeah, so many cartoons I wanted to see, but so insightful. So, if it wasn't enough, so many things to discover and so many things going fast, I wanted to, I wanted to take you through a walk in the Metaverse, because the Metaverse over the past months has taken everyone by storm. And Christopher Lafayette, our guest today, he's going to take you through the 10 points you absolutely need to know what to do or which position to have vis-a-vis the Metaverse. So, Christopher Lafayette.
Christopher Lafayette, founder of Gatherverse. Christopher is an emergent technologist in virtual and augmented reality, applying his talents to the Metaverse, medtech, education, Web3, and applied sciences.
All right. Christopher, the floor is yours if you're around. Your closing session. Hello, Christopher. How are you today?
Greetings. How are you? Doing very well. How's everyone?
Well, very well. We had a wonderful morning, sessions after sessions, taking us further into the world of AI and gaming. And you got a chance to close it all, to put it all together, bring it all together. And I think people are looking up to you to know what's the Metaverse, what are these 10 points we need to know about it so that we can shine at the next dinner, but also as leaders or students, we have an idea of what to do with it.
Yes, of course. I'm happy to share.
Off you go. The floor is yours, Christopher.
Thank you. First and foremost, I want to say thank you to the Fisher Center and Affine for this gracious invitation. I certainly hope that everyone's been enjoying these sessions thus far, and they've been quite edified. Today, what we're going to touch on are the 10 things that you should know about the Metaverse. But I promise not to give too much dogma. I don't want to go into the ideations of what the Metaverse is. We can go and spend much more time than we have allotted available today. But instead, what I've been wanting to do in my discussions when it comes to those of either student bodies or even all the way to C-suites, so that they can make the best decisions on what is the Metaverse today and a touch of a hair of what it might be tomorrow. So if you have some notes, you may want to take them. Right now, I currently have the biggest Metaverse event also happening called Gatherverse, which we'll touch on just a little bit today. And it's the biggest Metaverse event happening right now at gatherversesummit.com. But right now, I have this intimate time with you, and I want to make sure that I deliver and give more to you than anyone's going to get right now of the Metaverse pie. So, number one, the primary function of the Metaverse is communication and interaction. So when we talk about communication and interaction, I know that we all may look at Ready Player One, and we may look at Ernest Cline's ontological, anthropocentric simulation immersive system called the OASIS. But right now, today, we're 20, 30 years away from the true OASIS, if that's what we're saying, that this is what the Metaverse is. Right now, the best that we have today of what the Metaverse is, it's interaction and communication. Virtual with physical, immersive, and emergent experiences. But we'll touch on that in just a little bit. We have a little bit ways to go. Number two, the Metaverse isn't new, it's emerging. All technologies abide within the greater ecohabitat. And within the greater ecohabitat, you may say, okay, artificial intelligence, which is flanked by machine learning and deep learning and smart assistants and chatbots. And then you say, hey, okay, over there we have XR, stands for an acronym, extended reality, which we have flanked by virtual reality or augmented reality, VR, AR, haptics, physiohaptics, so forth and so on. And you may have robotics, maybe flanked by, let's say, mechs, androids, drone. So you have these different technologies abide within the greater ecohabitat. But what happens when these technologies begin to not only grow, which many of them are now, and they grow by way of disruption influence, but they're growing. But what happens when these technologies begin to pair with one another? It's what we call the merge pairing. So these technologies come together and they pair together, and then that's what starts to actually inevitably build the fundamental constructs of the smart city. So what's happened now? Well, technology is usually disrupted by good technology, and good technology is disrupted by greater technology, so forth and so on. And then you have really good technology begins to spawn from that. But never have we been in a point in our time where technology has been disrupted by a pandemic. We've never had that before. And so now we've all been ushered into remote distributed workforces, working from our living rooms. Product delivery teams are working from our living rooms. Boom, here we are. The metaverse has arrived. It's more of a colloquial term that we use for virtual than anything else at the moment. It's still being defined. And so our approach to the conceptual metaverse is one that it is here today, but on a very rudimentary level. It's not new. It's been conceived for some time. We'll touch on that in just a moment. Number 3, the metaverse today is virtual worlds. Guess what? If you're in Zoom, you're in a virtual world. If you're in Microsoft Teams, Blue Jeans, Hangouts, so forth and so on, you're in a virtual world. You may be in Engage. You may be in Horizons with Meta, virtual world. That means that leads us right to number 4. How can I be in a virtual world if I'm in Zoom and it's not a 3D operation? Number 4, the metaverse is 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional. And the metaverse is physical as well. The Earth itself has now become machine readable. And so that's where augmented reality comes into play. The Earth itself has now become machine readable, and it's not in a fully enclosed environment like we would see in virtual reality. Many of you that are in gaming, we could talk about hyper-realistic, immersive simulated environments. That's not what we look at when we look at the AR. AR is augmenting your physical and actual reality environment that you're looking at or that you find yourself in. Now, I'm saying all that to say is that when we talk about gaming, here's what's so crucial and so critical about gaming. First of all, I'll take it a little bit higher up, just a little bit higher up, just for a second. Human factors, ergonomics, environmental fidelity, contextual fidelity, perceptual science, cognitive fidelity, so forth and so on. Gaming has served as the greatest precursor to the involvement and the development of the metaverse of all technologies within the ecohabitat of function and content. Why gaming? Gaming engines, you have Unity and Epic and Unreal, if you will. Gaming engines, the content in there, the user experience, the environmental development, that has to come from somewhere. And so the Great Succession has migrated and continuously graduated, and we said, hey, you know what? This is very interesting. But it's going to lead us, and I don't want to skip too far, but I will say this, is that the intentions have never been for us to stare and look at our devices. The intention and the idea was for us to get and operate within our devices. That brings us to number 5. The metaverse will greatly affect both public and private sectors. For example, I have Gatherverse, just launched, announced. We've had people come all week. We've had great representation from the White House that have attended Gatherverse. We never hear about that in spatial XR computing. Why is that? Because the White House realizes that they have a vested interest in needing to understand what this metaverse is. Because look, the reality is, now that we've become more virtual in the past 24 months than we have the past 24 years. And now that we find ourselves in this virtual state of existence, if you will, now people are saying, what else can we do beyond communicating in this virtual world that we find ourselves in that we seem to do so well? Well, buy, sell, trade is the natural next step, and ownership is the natural next step. You spend this much time in virtual, now you realize that, oh, can I buy things in this? Yeah, people do it in the gaming world as a precursor. You could buy different items. But now they're saying, well, how do we solidify ownership from one place to the other? That's when we start talking about interoperability, being able to go from one existence to the other, almost transmetropolitan, if you will. Well, Chris, what are you talking about? What are you getting at? Now, all of a sudden, we've seen a prolific rise of a thing called non-fungible tokens, the NFT, and crypto assets, Bitcoin, Ethereum. Those aren't new. Those go back some years. Ethereum, Bitcoin, BitDNS, 720, ERC standards, 1155. We can touch all that, maybe a little later, but not today. But what we're talking about is we've now found a way to be able to establish ownership and buy, sell, trade destinations within the metaverse itself. But let's go on to number 6. Web3 functions within the metaverse. Web3 is a part of the metaverse. It operates within the metaverse. So now we commonly are looking at Web3 as the next step of the internet itself, or the web. We come from Web 1, and then we come from Web 2. Web 1, very static. Web 2, centralized. Web 3, promises of decentralization across the board. Actually, Web 3 is going to be centralized and decentralized. Here, I'll get this one out. I'll give this just for you. I've never said this public, but you can run with this. Web 4, AI influence. So, but we're not going to go that far. I don't want to do that, I promise. So we have number 6, Web 3, functions within the metaverse. That's very interesting. Number 7, the metaverse is growing. It's growing. It's immediately going to have to usher us into number 8, which is ideation, hardware, software, humanity. That is the flow, succession, and the scale model of the metaverse itself. What do you mean, Chris? Well, like we said, it's not new. Somebody had to envision this. We've been writing about the metaverse for decades and decades in literature and novel and fantasy. How about Roddenberry's holodeck? Believe me, I've built one. I've tried to make Roddenberry's holodeck. I failed, and that failed data has helped a lot of other people. But I didn't even get close to creating that Star Trek holodeck I've always wanted as a child. And guess what? Unless I start to manipulate nanotechnology with a bit of quantum and a whole lot of other things, I'm not going to get there for another 1,500 years. The reality is I may not be around from here. I know some people saying, but your existence of your soul, of your conscience will to the singularity. That's if you believe it. Whole different story, whole different conference. Here's what we're at. So ideation, hardware, software, humanity. That is the growth. We went from ideation, the things that were in the confines of our mind. Then we built hardware. That brings us to the 80s, the prototypical generation. NASA Ames, NASA experimentation. Then it comes into the 90s. Oh, enterprise, VR has arrived with these massive mega headsets. Not a lot of success, except for a good fail data. Remember, if we start to look at the peak of inflative interest, right? We're kind of going into, yeah, that's right, peak of inflative interest. Then we go into the trough of disillusionment. Then from the trough comes that failed data, great opportunity. Trough of disillusionment, slope of enlightenment. Oh, there's a little bit of scale. Plateau of creativity. Here's where we're at. We went from ideation to hardware. Hardware's gotten great. Software. Oh, now we're taking the next step, humanity, because these are what we build it for. Remember, ecosystems aren't a set of hardware or software. Ecosystems are people. So now, with the few minutes that we have left, the very few, we have a little bit more wood to chop. Now we've gone from ideation, hardware, software, humanity. What's next? Number 9, the metaverse is a leap. Remember, technology moves in 3 phases. I talked about this at CES last month. Increments, shifts, and leaps. What do you mean increments? Think iOS update, Android update, increments. iPhone hasn't come out, Apple hasn't come out with anything great in the last XXXXX. Well, go trade your iPhone 12 for an iPhone 4. Now you'll see the gradual and very non-dramatic growth of the devices that we carry with us every day, our iPads and everything else. Number 9 still, increments, shifts. What's a shift? Hardware, new headset, new HMD, new phone, new tablet, desktop, laptop, PC, new something. That's what we have with that. It's just hardware, new hardware, but that doesn't affect the whole entire globe. That affects micro ecosystems for people that need it, enterprise, consumer, public. But then we have a leap. What's a leap? Those don't come often. The internet, gaming, the cloud, the metaverse. You see, when it's a leap, it affects the whole world, the populace in some capacity. It completely changes ecologically all how we look and how we go about our very lives and exist globally, from city to city, country to country. The metaverse is a leap. And it brings us to 10, Gatherverse. But before we do that, the metaverse is a leap. And so now what? Now that we have this leap, this influence, what exactly is the metaverse and what should we know about it? That you're in it already, that you've been a great contributor of this.
to hold on to your seats. It's already being developed. You're right here in it. You're an early adopter user, but I don't want to just be an early adopter user. That brings us to number 10. You're a human. You're a citizen. Here's the deal. Gatherverse. My 7 standards of the metaverse that I launched last year has gone completely viral. And it's indicative of this event that we have going on at gatherversesummit.com, why all these thousands and thousands and thousands of people are attending, and why I think I was brought here as well. Humanity first, accessibility, education, safety and privacy, community development, equality, and wellness. Those are why we build the metaverse. This is why we do what we do. Humanity first standards. Now that we've built all this incredible hardware, whether it's our desktop or laptops, that does play a role and a function within the metaverse. Now that we've built it, we must always keep and remember why we built it. So that's what we're looking at with Affine. That's what we're looking at Fisher Center. That's what we're looking for College of School, Berkeley. The people, right? This is what we're building it for. I'll lastly say this in closing. The 10 things that you should know about the metaverse. You are the metaverse. And the more global contribution that we have towards building the metaverse, the stronger the metaverse will be. It's not this great amalga thing that's in this abstract state of existence. We brought it to concrete level today and saying, the metaverse is growing, just as you are, just as I am. And the more that we build into it, the more better we want our experiences to be. Thank you for this opportunity to be able to spend time with you. I certainly hope that I've said something that comes across that will be edifying on your path. I invite you to attend Gatherverse post-conference because we want to enjoy our time here. We'll also be having Gatherverse tomorrow and for the rest of this day. Spend a little time, go register, free tickets. We wanted to make it as accessible as possible. Some of the brilliant minds that are here. And you can go look at some videos that we've had that have already happened, just like you can here. But here's the deal. Thank you for spending the time, and I hope to learn from you as well. Have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Christopher. What a great way to finish this morning. Thank you. So now is the time to wrap up. I can't believe that after 20 plus speakers, we're pretty much on time, just a few minutes after. So, Saurabh, Natalie, any last words?
This is fantastic. Thank you, FCBA. This has been awesome. I would like to specifically call out some people like Adriana, etc., who have been rocks and pillars to us to put this together. I'd also like to thank the Affine team, Gagan, Jasleen, Nichelle, etc., who have all been there. So it's been fantastic. Thank you, Natalie. Really appreciate your being here, and everybody on the logistics side also. So thank you so much. This has been such a great learning experience. And now, even when we kind of now play at holidays, board games used to be there. Now we play games as a family too also on the things. So it's kind of evolving quite a lot. So Natalie, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for inviting me to help curate the program. We had an amazing set of speakers, and I really enjoyed learning a lot of new things from them. The gaming world and entertainment is huge, and I hope you enjoy it. And maybe we do another one next year.
Well, absolutely. The trend is built, and yes, it's my turn also to thank all the participants and the contributors to this great event. Yes, indeed, Natalie, who dramatically helped us curating and moderating this event. Thank you, Saurabh, and the Affine team, who's been working really hard and at very odd hours, bridging India time and California time. Thank you, of course, Adriana. She's been the pillar of this event, working with Nguyen and Melissa, who have been instrumental in organizing the Zoom video transitions and all. Also, a quick tip of the hat to Agathe, Arthur, and Leo, who have been around to help us with the organization this morning. It was quite an early start here in California. So, yeah, let's wrap up. Follow us on Twitter, LinkedIn, and Facebook, FCBA, Fisher Center for Business Analytics, so that you get in the loop of our upcoming events. And feel free to visit our page, fcba.berkeley.edu, to get more content, and down the road to receive some, to see some video clips from this event. There was so much content to digest. I will personally go back and review some videos to make sure I understood everything. So time to call it a morning, time to call it a day.
Thank you. A huge thank you to the speakers also who've been gracious, took out time from so much of their busy schedules. So the fantastic speaker audience. So thank you. And thank you for the audience participation. I know some of you are logged in from India and other places, so it's past midnight over there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
It's a wrap, like we say.